Start the study session meeting of Urbana School District 116. Roll call, please.
Member Hasanaka,
Here.
Member Staton,
Here.
Member
Can we have quiet in the
Jones,
audience, please?
here, Member Baxley,
Here.
Member Langendorf here, Vice President Exum, here. President Pulowski.
Here. There is a correction to tonight's agenda. We are removing study topic 8.1 from our agenda this week. It'll be on our next agenda. Angie's going to be a grandma, so we're going to tonight. So she couldn't make it. So we're going to do that at our next meeting. Next up are citizen statements. We have a number of them. If anybody else would like to make a statement before the board, please fill out a goldenrod sheet and hand it to Lori Johnson. First up tonight is David Apollonio.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, my name is David Polonio, and today I'm just going to read a short thing. And voy a empezar en español. Estimados miembros de la Junta de Educación de Urbana, mi nombre es David Apolonio. Soy un estudiante de noveno grado en Urbana High School en el programa de lenguaje dual. Hoy estoy aquí para contarles algo muy importante para ustedes. Se trata de mi experiencia en el programa de lenguaje desde que comencé mi educación en el año 2003 en Urbana Early Childhood. Conocí a mis primeros amigos en el salón de clases de la maestra Nida Smith, amigos que 11 años después siguen conmigo. Al finalizar la educación temprana nos dividieron en dos grupos. Uno fue a Dr. Williams y el resto fue a la Escuela Leal. Esta escuela me enseñó desde el jardín de infantes hasta quinto grado y encontré muchos maestros maravillosos que me enseñaron a leer, escribir, bailar, patinar, cantar, arte, teatro, pero también pasé tiempo en educación especial con terapeutas fabulosos que hicieron todo lo que pudieron hacer con un niño que apenas habla debido a un diagnóstico aparaxia verbal, TDA, retraso en el desarrollo y algunas otras cosas. Además de un niño al que no podían extender porque a lo poco que hablaba era en español y algunos terapistas solo hablaban en inglés. Como podrías comprender, me cuesta mucho concentrarme, pero eso no significa que no escuche lo que dicen los profesores o que no comprenda las dificultades que mis profesores se enfrentaban cada día a enseñarnos. Muchas veces a mis profesores preocupados porque no había material en español o dificultades con los horarios del salón de música, porque mientras un profesor quería enseñarnos una canción en español, otro decía que el salón de música estaba ocupado, como estudiantes monolingües, y terminamos practicando en los pasillos o en la aula. El lenguaje corporal de otros profesores hacia los nuestros siempre decía más que sus palabras. Nos hacía sentir como si fuéramos estudiantes con enfermedades contagiosas. Sí, señores. Nos veían con un poco de asco. Mis profesores siempre intentaban protegernos al no decirnos el problema. Pero éramos niños, no muebles, claro, y que nos dábamos cuenta de lo que estaba sucediendo. Cada uno de nosotros podía sentir la mala vibra de esas personas y el enojo que tenían por tener que compartir el espacio con nosotros. Escuché a algunos maestros hablar sobre la celebración de Día de Muertos y la ofrenda que querían poner a la escuela. Pero también fui testigo de falta de gimnasio, pero también, y esto he sido más evidente, cuando entré a cuarto grado empecé a patinar en el gym. Entonces de verdad no había más espacio, la falta de comprensión y el rechazo de nuestras tradiciones por parte de algunos era obvia. Probablemente no hablé, pero sí escuché y entendí de lo que sucedía a mi alrededor. Es difícil aprender los dos idiomas mientras ves a tus profesores luchar por tus derechos y enseñar al mismo tiempo. Es difícil ser un niño de minoría en una escuela que sabes que no te quiere y que te ve como un experimento. No somos experimentos, somos personas. Nosotros inspiramos, sentimos, aprendemos y reímos. Y lloramos como cualquier otro estudiante de diferente raza. Hoy quiero pedirles que sean valientes como mis profesores y voten a favor de una nueva escuela. Una escuela donde los compañeros se sientan completamente bienvenidos, donde el alumno se sintiera parte del sistema. Por favor, no permitan que algo tan superficial y egoísta como el valor de una casa determine el futuro educativo de niños como yo, que lo único diferente tienen que ser bilingües. Niños, a lo único que pedimos es una educación de buena calidad como la que recibimos ahora. Pero en nuestra propia escuela, una escuela donde todos nos sintamos felices y estudiar y felices de celebrar nuestras tradiciones en nuestro propio espacio. Con profesores felices que no se preocupen por el material disponible o si el salón está disponible para practicar música. Sé que al votar así a una nueva escuela dejará su legado y los miembros de su familia se sentirán orgullosos de su valentía. Recuerda siempre que los niños ven y escuchan aunque no hablen. Es por su tiempo. Dear members of the Urbana Board of Education, my name is David Apolonio. I'm a 9th grade student of Urbana High School in the Dual Language program. Today I am here to let you know something very important to you. It's about my experience in the program since I began my bilingual education in 2013 at Urbana Early Childhood. I met my first friends in the room of Needless Means classroom, friends who are still my friends 11 years later. At the end of those 2 years in early education, we were divided into two groups. One went into Dr. Williams and the rest went to Leo School. This school taught me from kindergarten to 5th grade, and I found many wonderful teachers who taught me to read, write, dance, skate, sing, art, drama. But I also spent special time in special education with fabulous therapists who did everything that they were able to do with a child who barely spoke due to diagnosis of verbal apraxia, ADHD, development delay, and other few things, plus a child who couldn't understand because he spoke was Spanish, and some parents and some therapists only spoke English. As you can understand, it's very difficult to me to concentrate, but that does not mean I do not listen to what the teachers say or what I do not understand the difficulties that my teachers face every day in teaching us. Many times I saw my teachers worry because there was no material in Spanish or difficulties with the schedules in the music room. Because while one teacher wanted to teach us a song in Spanish, another said that the music room was busy with monolingual students. And we ended up practicing in the hallways or in the classroom. The body language of the other teachers towards always said more things than the words. It made us feel as if we were students with contagious diseases. Yes, they saw us with a little disgust. My teachers always tried to protect us by not telling us about the problem, but we were children, not furniture. And of course, we realized what was happening. Each of us could feel bad the vibe of these people and the anger they were trying to have us to share the space with us. I heard some teachers talking about the Day of the Dead celebration and the ofrenda they wanted to put in the school, but I also witnessed the lack of space to do it. That became more event when I started 4th grade and we started skating on the gym. There was really no more space. The lack of understanding and rejection of our traditions was obvious. I probably didn't speak, but I did listen and understanding what was happening around me. It is difficult to learn in two languages while watching your teachers fight for your rights and teach at the same time. It is difficult to be a minority child in a school that does not love you and sees you as an experiment. We're not experiments. We're people. We breathe, feel, learn, laugh, and cry just like other student of a different race. Today, I will ask you to be brave like my teachers and vote in favor for a new school. A school my classmates feel completely welcome, where the student still does feel like he belongs. Please do not allow something as superficial and selfish like the value of a house to determine the educational future of a children like me. The only thing is different is being bilingual. Children who we all ask good quality education like the one we receive now, but in our school. A school we all feel happy to study and happy to celebrate our traditions in our own space. With happy teachers who not worry about the material available or in the room available for music practice. I know that voting yes for a new school, you'll leave a legacy and your family members will be proud of your bravery. Always remember that children see and listen, even if they do not speak. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. J- Just as a reminder to the audience, it's board policy to allow for 5 minutes in each language that a person wishes to speak in. So that's why that was a 10 minutes address. Next up is Kishla Riviera.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Keishla Rivera y soy la mamá de estudiantes participantes del programa Dual. Hoy, junto a un grupo de padres que representan a nuestra comunidad, voy a leer una carta. Nos dirigimos a usted con gran entusiasmo, convicción y compromiso como padres comprometidos con la educación de nuestros hijos participantes del programa Dual, en apoyo de la implementación de una escuela de elección bilingüe. Como padres, madres, tutor de estudiantes de la comunidad escolar, deseamos expresar nuestro profundo interés en promover el desarrollo de una escuela bilingüe, donde la experiencia educativa bilingüe que no solo sea de mejor calidad que el contenido, sino que también fomente un ambiente donde los niños puedan identificar con el contenido y donde los padres se puedan comprometer con el éxito académico y personal de los niños participantes. Creemos firmemente que una educación bilingüe no solo enriquece las habilidades lingüísticas de nuestros hijos, sino que también les brinda una perspectiva global más amplia del mundo que les rodea. Valoramos el aprendizaje de idioma como una herramienta fundamental para el compromiso intelectual y el desarrollo de habilidades cognitivas sólidas. Este enfoque no solo enriquece sus habilidades, sino que también fortalece su capacidad para adaptarse y prosperar en un mundo cada vez más diverso, competitivo y conectado. Asimismo, reconocemos la importancia de que los niños se sientan integrados y valorados en su entorno escolar, una comunidad inclusiva, donde todos los estudiantes se sientan parte de la escuela mientras eligen el idioma en el que prefieren hablar con seguridad sin miedo a tener represalias, es esencial para su bienestar emocional y su desempeño académico. La adquisición de un segundo idioma desde una edad temprana ha demostrado beneficios tangibles en el desarrollo académico, mejorando habilidades como la resolución de problemas, la creatividad y la capacidad de concentración. Además, el aprendizaje bilingüe fomenta la comprensión y el respeto por otras culturas, lo cual es esencial en un mundo cada vez más interconectado. También apoyamos las recomendaciones del estudio realizado por el Center for Applied Linguistics en mayo 16 de 2023, el cual fue solicitado por el Distrito Escolar de Urbana, confiando en la transparencia del proceso y así tener una visión más clara y confiable del programa, cómo mejorar su funcionamiento. Este estudio fue costeado por dinero de los contribuyentes y fue un estudio exhaustivo y confirmó las observaciones de muchos padres, encargados y miembros de la comunidad escolar. ¿Por qué ahora no podemos confiar en dicho estudio y prefieren votar ignorando las recomendaciones de los profesionales en el campo de la educación bilingüe? La inversión económica para realizar este estudio, el cual ahora está siendo ignorado, se convertiría en una pérdida de dinero. Ignorar este estudio no sería una pérdida de dinero sustancial para nuestros hijos. Este dinero no estaría llegando a nuestros salones de clase, donde están nuestros niños, que son los beneficiarios directos de estos fondos. Estamos dispuestos a ofrecer nuestro tiempo y recursos para apoyar actividades, proyectos y eventos que fortalezcan la conexión entre la escuela, los niños y las familias. Creemos en esta colaboración activa entre la escuela y los padres y fundamental para el éxito integral de los estudiantes y se sientan empoderados en su aprendizaje, apoyados por una comunidad escolar unida, motivados para alcanzar su máximo potencial. Agradecemos sinceramente su consideración de nuestra solicitud. Los motivamos a votar a favor de nuestra escuela modelo dual. Esperamos con ansia la posibilidad de contribuir activamente a la comunidad bilingüe, donde los niños puedan crear, crecer, aprender y sentirse verdaderamente parte de una comunidad educativa comprometida con su éxito. Gracias por su atención. Esperamos óptimamente contar con su voto. Y esperamos que este ward vote a favor de la educación de nuestros hijos, votando sí por una escuela modelo dual. Gracias.
And I will read the English translation. Dear board members, my name is Keishla Rivera, and together with a group of parents from Dual Language Program, we address you with great enthusiasm, conviction, and commitment as dedicated parents invested in our children's education with the Dual Language Program. We wholeheartedly support the establishment of a bilingual education school. As parents and guardians of students within the school community, we wish to express our deep interest in promoting the development of a bilingual school. We aim for an educational experience that not only enhances the quality of content, but also fosters an environment where children can relate to the material and where parents can engage in the academic and personal success of the participating children. We strongly believe that a bilingual education not only enriches our children's language skills, but also provides them with a broader global perspective of the world around them. We value language learning as a fundamental tool for intercultural understanding and for the development of strong cognitive abilities. This approach not only enriches their skills, but also strengthens their ability to adapt and thrive in an increasingly diverse and competitive interconnected world. Furthermore, we recognize the importance of children feeling integrated and valued in their school environment. An inclusive community where all students feel part of the school and are able to confidently speak the preferred language without fear of reprisal is essential for the emotional well-being and academic performance. The acquisition of a second language from an early age has shown tangible benefits in academic development, improving skills such as problem-solving, creativity, and concentration. Additionally, bilingual learning promotes understanding and respect for other cultures, which is essential in an increasingly interconnected world. We also support the recommendations outlined in the study conducted by the Center for Applied Linguistics in May of 2023, which was commissioned by the Urbana School District, placing trust in the transparency of the process to gain a clearer and more reliable view of the program and how to enhance its functioning. This study, funded by the taxpayers' money, was comprehensive and confirmed the observations of many parents, guardians, and members of the school community. Wouldn't disregarding this study result in a substantial financial loss for our children? This money wouldn't be benefiting our children, who are the direct beneficiaries of these funds. We are willing to offer our time and resources to support activities, projects, and events that strengthen the connection between the school, children, and families. We believe that this active collaboration between the school and parents is crucial for the holistic success of students, empowering them in their learning and supported by a united school community, thus motivating them to achieve their fullest potential. We sincerely appreciate your consideration of our request and encourage you to vote in favor of establishing a new dual model school. We eagerly anticipate the possibility of actively contributing to a bilingual community where children can create, grow, learn, and truly feel a part of the educational community dedicated to their success. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. We are optimistic about the prospect of witnessing a flourishing bilingual school in our community, and we hope that this board will cast a vote in favor of our children's education by voting yes for a dual model school. Sincerely, a group of parents, guardians, and caretakers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Wendelise Rodriguez Torres.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Wendelise Rodríguez Torres. Soy maestra de educación especial en la Urbana Middle School y en la Urbana High School. Soy parte del comité ELA and SLA, programa de evaluación. También soy miembro del Multilingual Leadership Team. Dentro de todas estas facetas siempre he tenido la misma visión: contribuir al desarrollo académico de mis estudiantes, del programa dual y mejorar el programa con el fin de ofrecer servicios de calidad a nuestra comunidad. Creo en la educación bilingüe porque considero que es el mejor legado que un padre puede dejarle a sus hijos. Vengo de Puerto Rico, donde para ofrecer una educación bilingüe a los hijos tenemos que pagar matrículas y mensualidades en escuelas privadas. Les hice ese regalo a mis hijas. Hoy en día son profesionales bilingües. El bilingüismo abre puertas y oportunidades, y lo que le ofrecí a mis hijas con sacrificio es lo que quiero para mis estudiantes. Nuestros estudiantes tienen la oportunidad de recibir educación bilingüe gratuita. ¿Por qué no hacerlo con el modelo más efectivo, según lo han demostrado investigaciones en el área? Los cambios y las transformaciones requieren acciones. No podemos sentarnos a esperar los cambios. Tenemos que provocar los cambios. Por esto, el staff del programa dual en UMS nos movilizamos durante el receso de invierno para contactar a las familias y saber su opinión con relación a la escuela del dual K-5. Lamentablemente encontramos muchas dudas y desconocimiento con relación a qué es el BPAC y sobre el modelo de escuela dual K-5. Orientar a nuestros padres es una prioridad. Entre los cuestionamientos encontramos padres que pensaban que la escuela del dual era un tipo de segregación. Esto es totalmente falso. La comunidad monolingüe tendrá la oportunidad de ser matriculada en este plantel. Incluso nos encantaría que este plantel recoja ambos programas bilingües, español-inglés, francés-inglés. Creo que esta sería una forma de aliviar la problemática en la falta de maestros certificados en ESL. Otro cuestionamiento es que los estudiantes no podrán asistir a la escuela de su comunidad, como lo ha establecido el Distrito Escolar de Urbana. Con respecto a este punto, los estudiantes latinos y francohablantes nunca han podido asistir a la escuela de su comunidad porque no importa dónde vivan, solo tendrán la opción de Leal, Dr. William o Yankee Ridge. El modelo de la escuela dual no es segregación. Es una escuela especializada en educación bilingüe, dirigida en promover el desarrollo del idioma inglés y su idioma nativo. La educación bilingüe requiere de maestros certificados, técnicas y estrategias apropiadas para esta población estudiantil. Nos gustaría compartirle que durante nuestro esfuerzo logramos orientar y entrevistar a 30 padres latinos, se realizaron encuestas telefónicas y mensajes de texto a 7 maestros dual de la escuela elemental. Se enviaron encuestas vía telefónicas a 6 padres no latinos. En adición, se entrevistaron a 56 estudiantes participantes del programa dual de la high school con respecto a su opinión acerca del programa dual en general. Los resultados fueron los siguientes. 100% de los padres latinos entrevistados firmaron a favor de implementar la escuela del dual K-5. El 100% de los maestros de escuela elemental dual encuestados están a favor. Lamentablemente, solo 2 padres no latinos completaron la encuesta y no mostraron una postura al respecto, salvo preguntas que demuestran falta de orientación. Por otra parte, el 100% de los estudiantes encuestados manifestaron que el programa dual ha sido beneficioso y les ha permitido aprender español e inglés. Como servidores públicos estamos llamados a servir a nuestra comunidad. Nuestro trabajo debe estar regido por la imparcialidad. No podemos dejar que nuestras creencias y luchas personales afecten las decisiones que afectarán a la comunidad. Así que en base a esta pequeña encuesta, de solo varios días de trabajo y al acervo científico a favor del modelo dual, le pedimos un voto a favor de la implementación de la escuela dual en Urbana. My name is Wendalis Rodriguez Torres. I am a special education teacher at UMS and USS. I am a part of the ELA-SLA Program Evaluation Committee. I am also a member of the Multilingual Leadership Team. Within all this responsibility, I have always had the same vision: contribute to the academic development of dual program students and improve the program to offer quality service to our community. I believe in bilingual education because I consider this is one of the best legacies that a parent can leave to their children. I come from Puerto Rico, where to offer bilingual education to our children, we have to pay tuition and fees in private school. Our students have the opportunity to receive free bilingual education. Why not do it with the most effective model, as research in the areas has shown? Change and transformation requires actions. We cannot sit and wait for change. We have to bring out the change. For these reasons, the staff of the dual program at UMS, not the Urbana School District, mobilized during the winter break to contact families and find out their opinion regarding their dual K-5 school. I want to emphasize that our opinions or action on this matter do not represent Urbana School District. Our personal mission is aimed at offering guidance to parents of the dual program. and knowing their perspective on the implementation of the K-5 model. Unfortunately, we found many doubts and ignorance regarding what the BPAC is, or BPAC is, and about the K-5 dual school model. Guiding our parents is a priority. Among the question, we found parents who thought that the dual school was a type of segregation. This is totally false. The monolingual community will have the opportunity to be enrolled in this building. We will even love to include both English, Spanish, and French English bilingual program in the same building. I think this will be a way to solve the problem of lack of certified ESL teachers. Another question is that students will not be able to attend their community school as the Urbana School District has established. Regarding this point, Latino and French-speaking students have never been able to attend their community school because no matter where they live, they will only have the option of Leon, Dr. William, or Yankee Ridge. The dual school model is not segregation. It is a school specialized in bilingual education, aimed at promoting the development of the English language and their native language. Bilingual education requires certified teachers, techniques, and strategies appropriate for this student population. We would like to share with you that during our effort, we share information about the K-5 dual model and interview 30 Latino parents. Telephone and text message surveys were conducted with 7 dual elementary school teachers. Surveys were sent via telephone and 6 no Hispanic parents. In addition, 56 students participating in the dual program in high school were interviewed regarding their opinion about the dual program in general. The results were as follows. 100% of Latino parents interviewed signed in favor of implementing the dual 5 school. 100% of the dual elementary school teachers interviewed are in favor. Unfortunately, only 2 no Hispanic parents complete the survey and did not have a position on the matter, except for question or comment that show a lack of orientation. On the other hand, 100% of the students interviewed state that the dual program has been beneficial and has allowed them to learn Spanish and English. As a public employers, we are called to serve our community. Our work must be managed by impartiality. We cannot let our personal belief and conflict affect decisions that will affect the community. So based on this small survey of only several days of work and the scientific heritage in favor of the dual model, we ask you to vote in favor of the implementation of the dual school K-5 in Urbana School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ashley. Sorry, I couldn't quite read that. Ramos Riviera.
Could we get a copy of the?
Sure. And this goes if anybody has the ability to email their statements to the board, that's also appreciated. That's board@usd116.org.
Can you guys hear me well? Okay, sorry. So I'm here to talk about my experience with the dual language program. I really love the dual language program because I feel like I fit in for once since I came to the United States. I came here for my American dream, and I struggle a lot with the other students who would not speak Spanish because, as you can see, I'm dark skinned and I also speak Spanish as a first language. Many students did not like this fact. They would segregate me and make fun of me because I tried to speak English and I would struggle a lot. I stutter a lot when I speak. And that traumatized me a lot. I stopped speaking English for a while. And then my Hispanic friends who speak both languages, they were like, it's okay that you can speak 2 languages. That's better because you're going to do better. You work harder because you're trying to fit in with other people. The dual language program showed me that it's okay to have 2 languages, to be born with 2 languages. Middle school was fine. It was great. I loved the dual language program. my class is the first one to bring the dual language program to the high school. There were a lot of situations with the dual language program in the high school because we didn't have teachers prepared for us to go to the high school. What I mean by this, we were signing up for our classes, and in the process of signing up to our classes, they give us a paper. The paper was Spanish in one side, English in another side. Spanish side say, you want to put your kids on the dual language program and to choose your classes. Okay. The back side say, sign here if you want to take your kids out of the dual language program. Many parents do not speak English. Many students cannot translate for their parents. Either they don't speak English or they don't have time because their parents come late from work. Many parents sign up to take their students from the dual language program. My mom was one of them. And the reason I found out about this, because I was reading the paper on the back because I didn't know there was a back side. I read it and I was like, this is not right. Do you understand what does it say? And my mom was like, no, I expect that they asking me if I agree for it. She didn't know what it means. She don't speak English. Move on to the high school. How is it fair that I cannot have elective because I speak Spanish? It was either I get out the dual language program or stay on it and not have elective. How is that fair towards me, who is in high school, preparing to college, trying to figure out their life, and not just me, my other classmates too. Many of us decided to don't go to the dual language program anymore because of that, because they wanted to do elective, but we couldn't choose them because our Spanish classes were counted as elective, which it should not be like that, because it's our first language. We're supposed to receive help in our first language. I have seen how many teachers have segregated me because my English is not good. That hurts. Because I tried just as any other student that only speaks one language. We try really hard on a daily basis. What about my cultural activities? We can't have our cultural activities anymore. We had tried and they keep being taken down. That hurts me emotionally. Because I want to show my culture, because I'm proud of my culture. We are proud of our culture. Everybody is. But we can't show it. Because some people sometimes think that we are too aggressive. We are not. We're just kids. We're trying to be kids. And since we started high school, we all had to act like grown-ups. I saw many of my friends had to quit school because it was either just study English only or just in the dual language program and had no time. I was one of the students that got the bilingual seal for speaking 2 languages. How they did that process? They showed up one day to our class and made us sign up the day of the last day that you needed to sign up. They didn't even give us a guide to study. We didn't got a guide to study for the 2 exams. We just went there. They just throw us in there. That's not fair for us because only 5 kids of the dual language program managed to pass the exam because we weren't prepared. How is that fair for us? I vote in favor to have this school because it's going to help my future kids that are going to come to the school. Because I would not want my kids to go through the same thing I did. Moving from another country to find the American dream and just to be treated this way, that's not fair for us. That hurts a lot. My social anxiety went up and I get into a very deep depression because of it. It's not fair for us. Yo soy parte del programa dual y estoy aquí para hablarles sobre mi experiencia sobre el programa dual. Yo amo el programa dual. En middle school fue genial, los maestros genial, todo estaba bien. Mi clase es la primera en ir a la high school con el programa dual. Hay muchos problemas con el programa dual de la high school. Uno de ellos es que cuando estábamos aplicando para nuestras clases de la high school, nos dieron un papel que en un lado estaba en español y en el otro lado estaba en inglés. En el lado de español decía que si todavía querías que tus hijos estuviesen en el programa dual y ponían sus clases. Y en la parte de atrás decía si querías sacar a tus hijos del programa dual. Muchos padres no saben inglés. Y muchas veces los niños, nosotros tenemos que traducir a nuestros padres. Y la mayoría de veces nuestros padres llegan cuando estamos yendo a dormir. No hay tiempo de traducirles y ayudarlos. Mi mamá fue una de las personas que firmó por ese papel, en la parte de atrás donde estaba en inglés. La razón por la que nos dimos cuenta fue porque yo estaba leyendo el papel y vi que decía eso, y muchos de nosotros no nos dimos cuenta. Ese fue el primer problema que empezamos a tener. Después, en la high school, empezaron a decirnos que no podíamos tener electivas porque el español, nuestras clases de español del programa dual, ya eran electivas. Era o tomabas español como electiva o te salías del programa. Yo llegué aquí por mi sueño americano. Yo quería aprender inglés. Yo quiero sobresalir. Quiero tener una mejor calidad de vida. Y en la escuela cuando llegué, por yo ser negrita y hablar español, muchos estudiantes no querían juntarse conmigo por esa razón y me segregaron. Mis amigos que hablaban español, los hispanos, siempre me apoyaron y me motivaron a que siguiera y no me rindiera. Nosotros pasamos por muchas injusticias en la escuela. En mi clase, al ser la primera, hubieron muchos errores que nos afectaron. No tenemos muchos maestros. Y a veces me da tristeza eso. Me dio una depresión muy severa y mi ansiedad subió por el miedo a que otras personas se rieran de mí o me siguieran molestando por hablar 2 idiomas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cassandra Alvarado.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know how to start it. My name is Cassandra Maria Alvarado Zamudio. I'm going to be talking about my experience with the Do Language program. For me, the Do Language program has been good and bad. It gave me a place where, as a kid who did not speak English at all, because that is not what I was raised at my house, I only spoke Spanish. It was the only language I could understand and verbally talk to. And having a place where other kids also spoke Spanish made me feel a lot more comfortable, especially for a kid that was extremely shy, antisocial, and wouldn't talk to anybody. It gave me a place and people that I feel related to. It gave me a comfortable place. But with that came negatives with the education that I had. I went to Leo my first for kindergarten, and then I transferred out. I was a part of the kids when the program got too full that then got transferred out into Dr. Williams. With that, it was a completely new process. The first, second to third, I would say were okay years, but then when I got to 4th, my entire class got completely behind because the teacher we had was not experienced. And then going into 5th grade, then my teacher had to teach me 4th and 5th grade stuff because the lack of what my teacher knew how to teach me. That is something that I experienced, especially in high school, is having teachers who didn't have the process to teach me, who I knew more Spanish than them. How am I supposed to be learning when I know more than my teacher does? That is why I'm in favor of that, having teachers that can actually teach me, that I can learn. Just my junior year is when I finally learned how to do acentos. in Spanish, a language that I grew up with. Because previously, before that, I was not taught. And then also growing up with this, it felt like I was an experiment, a whole new school. Even though they already had, it was trial and error. That is what I felt. Even when I grew up into middle school, I would tell people when they'd be like, do you want to be part of this experiment? I'd be like, oh, I've been part of one my entire life. Being part of a new thing can be good, but it also isn't. Being felt like
Take your time.
being part of an experiment. And what I find so funny is that the dual language program was there and established. I know because my brother went to also Leo, and he's 11 years older than me. And still, he had a little bit of that knowledge even after he got out because there wasn't any more. He can still speak somewhat right in Spanish, which is a skill that then he can use for his own career. Another negative that I have with the school, especially high school, is the classes, the dual language classes. I was not even told that I wouldn't be able to pick an elective. It was like, oh, you can get these classes and also this other classes. I was not told that I would not even get an elective. And then with that, I would have gotten more credit doing AP Spanish than doing the dual language program, which is a problem that I feel so many people talk about, and why I feel that it also should be improved on.
If you can quickly finish up, that'd be great.
Sorry. And my last topic is just simply the biliteracy seal. Nobody explained to us. I only took the Spanish portion because I was not told that I had to take the English portion. In one of my class, they came in, and we took the Spanish AP test. I still don't even have the scores for that. So many students, because you just had to take the test. It wasn't an option or anything for us. And then to then not even get our scores back. And then having to struggle with that. So I feel that it should just be worked on. Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, Sandra. Next up is Lucia Maldonado. Lucia, I'm sorry, I can't. Should have had my glasses on.
Good evening. My name is Lucia Maldonado. I'm one of the Latino liaisons in the district. I had spoken to you in the past about my support for the unification of the dual program, and I'm here today convinced that you will do the right thing and will vote yes to a bilingual or multilingual school. Over the last year, you have heard many different opinions and points of view regarding this issue. Some of the comments like the ones presented at the last board meeting seem to be only based on personal opinions, even when they were presented as a result of conversations with families. My colleagues already explained the reasons why we support bilingual education and the many benefits it will bring to have one bilingual school. I would like to use my family's experience as an example because my family's story is extremely similar to many of the bilingual families in our district, and your vote tonight will affect or benefit them the most. When my family arrived here, my daughters were enrolled at King School. Students who spoke other languages at home received support services in the home language for an hour or less a day. I didn't have the knowledge of the process to learn a second language, so I didn't know if the services my kids were receiving were what they needed. By the time my daughters were in middle school, they started showing difficulty expressing themselves in Spanish, even when at home we only spoke Spanish. The number of Spanish-speaking students in the district was much smaller than now, so my kids had limited opportunities to speak Spanish at the school or anywhere else in the community. My daughter Mitzi had the opportunity to study in Mexico when she was in middle school for a couple of years, and that helped her regain some of the Spanish that she had lost. Paola, on the other hand, stopped speaking Spanish completely when she transferred to UHS. English became their strongest language, even when it was the second language they learned. Paola had to take Spanish classes for years after high school to recover our language. When my kids were growing up, they didn't have the opportunity to be part of a dual program. But then Dr. Wimmel came along and the dual program was created. This program has given Spanish-speaking students the opportunity to maintain and grow their knowledge on their home language at the same time that they learn their second language, among many other things. At the board meeting last month, Mr. Ricardo Diaz made a strong but inaccurate statement that has been in my mind since. He said, and I quote, "The BPAC feels that the dual program is failing all students." That statement really bothered me. To start, I will say that it is very unfair to say that the statement was made by BPAC members. I personally talked to a couple of them, and they were not aware of the presentation and the contents of it. Surely the BPAC members don't feel that the program is failing all the students. Last Friday, I decided to spend my lunch hour at UHS talking to students who had been part of the dual program. And I asked two simple questions. Do you feel like the program has been failing you? And has the program been useful to you at all? I have here names written by 38 students who are part of the dual program who don't agree with Mr. Diaz's statement. They all say the program has been very beneficial to them. Some of the comments that they made were, I'm fully bilingual thanks to the program. I learned Spanish in the program. I love learning in two languages. I'm bicultural. I feel closer to my parents' history and home country because of what I have learned. I feel empowered to be able to speak two languages. I'm going to have more opportunities in my life because of the program and because I'm bilingual. To be fully transparent, I will say that I also spoke with two students who expressed not feeling like the dual program was beneficial to them. When I asked them to share more, they talk about their need to learn English quickly. They don't think it's beneficial for them to learn any content in Spanish. They only need to learn English. These two students are unaccompanied minors. Their needs are different, and we know that. We have been learning about their needs for years, and we have developed support systems just to fit their needs. Last year, I visited Guatemala and Honduras because I wanted to see where these students were coming from. I knew that it was going to help me understand them better. And I know Dr. Wimmel is already working on a plan to attend to their academics needs better. Going back to my family, my kids are grown, but now I have a 2-year-old grandson who hopefully will be coming to Urbana School District in the next few years and will be in the dual program. I want him to be in a building where different languages are spoken, encouraged, and valued. A building where he can use any of his languages freely. A building where his family's culture will be appreciated and celebrated. I want him to know that speaking 2 or more languages is a gift, and I want him to see people speaking different languages around him all the time. My grandson and all the children in the community deserve that opportunity, and tonight you have the ability to take the first step in that direction by voting yes to a one bilingual or multilingual school. And I feel horrible that I didn't translate this to Spanish, but I'm going to read it really quickly from the English version. Mi nombre es Lucía Maldonado y soy una de las Latino Liaisons en el distrito. He hablado con ustedes en el pasado sobre mi apoyo que he dado a la unificación del programa dual. Hoy estoy aquí convencida de que ustedes van a hacer lo correcto y van a votar que sí para tener una sola escuela bilingüe multilingüe. En los últimos años, ustedes han escuchado diferentes opiniones y puntos de vista sobre este asunto. Algunos de los comentarios, como los que se presentaron en la última junta, parecía que estaban solamente basadas en opiniones personales, incluso cuando se presentaron como conversaciones, como si hubieran sido conversaciones con familias. Mis compañeros de trabajo ya explicaron bien las razones por las cuales apoyamos la educación bilingüe y todos los beneficios que traería el tener una sola escuela. Me gustaría utilizar este tiempo con ustedes para hablar sobre la experiencia de mi familia, porque creo que la experiencia de mi familia es similar a la de muchas otras familias en el distrito, y el voto que ustedes hagan esta noche le va a beneficiar o le va a afectar a ellos. Cuando mi familia llegó aquí, mis hijas fueron registradas en la escuela King School. Los estudiantes que hablaban otros idiomas en casa recibían apoyos en su lenguaje por solamente 1 hora o menos al día. Yo no sabía lo que se necesitaba y cómo era el proceso para aprender un segundo lenguaje, no sabía si los servicios que estaban recibiendo mis hijos eran los adecuados. Para el momento en que mis hijos estaban en la secundaria, ellas empezaron a demostrar dificultad expresándose en español, a pesar de que en casa solamente hablábamos español. El número de estudiantes que hablaban español en el distrito era muy pequeño y mis hijas no tenían muchas oportunidades para hablar español en la escuela o ningún otro lugar en la comunidad. Mi hija Mitzi tuvo la oportunidad de estudiar en México unos años y eso le ayudó a recuperar algo de su español que había perdido. Paola, por otro lado, dejó de hablar completamente en español cuando ella empezó en la preparatoria UHS. El idioma inglés se convirtió en su lenguaje más fuerte, a pesar de que era el segundo lenguaje que estaban aprendiendo. Paola tuvo que tomar clases en español por varios años después de la preparatoria para poder recuperar nuestro lenguaje. Cuando mis niños estaban creciendo, ellos no tuvieron la oportunidad de ser parte de un programa dual, pero entonces el Dr. Joe Wilmer vino y el programa dual fue creado. Este programa les ha dado la oportunidad a estudiantes que hablan español de mantener y crecer su lenguaje en español y el lenguaje de su casa al mismo tiempo que aprenden un segundo lenguaje, aparte de muchas otras cosas. En la junta de la mesa directiva del mes pasado, el señor Ricardo Díaz hizo una mención que era completamente equivocada y que ha estado en mi mente desde ese momento. Él dijo, y lo digo exactamente como él lo dijo, que el Comité de Padres Bilingües sentía que el programa dual le estaba fallando a todos los estudiantes. Esa frase realmente me ha molestado. Para empezar, me gustaría decir que es muy injusto que diga que esa frase la tomaron o la formaron todos los miembros del Comité de Padres Bilingües. Yo personalmente hablé con un par de los padres bilingües que son parte de ese comité y ellos no estaban informados de la presentación y de los contenidos de esa presentación. Y seguramente no todos los padres del Comité Bilingüe sienten que el programa le está fallando a todos los estudiantes. El viernes pasado utilicé mi hora de al almuerzo para ir a la escuela preparatoria Urbana High School para hablar con estudiantes que son parte del programa dual y les pregunté a algunos de ellos 2 preguntas muy simples. ¿Sientes que el programa te está fallando y sientes que el programa te ha sido útil de alguna manera? Tengo aquí los nombres de 38 estudiantes que pusieron ellos mismos su nombre, que me dijeron que el programa dual, que no estaban de acuerdo con lo que había dicho el señor Ricardo Díaz sobre el programa dual y dijeron que el programa había sido muy benéfico para ellos. Algunos de los comentarios que hicieron estos estudiantes que son bilingües, que aprendieron español en el programa, que le encantaba aprender en 2 lenguajes, que son biculturales, que se sienten más cerca de la historia de sus papás y de la historia de su país, por lo que han aprendido en el programa, se sienten empoderados de poder hablar 2 lenguajes y saben que van a tener mucho más oportunidades en su futuro porque son bilingües. Para ser completamente honesta, voy a decir también que hablé con 2 estudiantes que expresaron que no sentían que el programa bilingüe el programa dual, era benéfico para ellos. Cuando les pedí que si podían explicarme un poco sobre eso, me dijeron que no sentían que era benéfico porque ellos necesitaban aprender inglés rápido y el contenido que estaban aprendiendo en español realmente no les interesaba. Estos 2 estudiantes son estudiantes que viven aquí solos, sin sus padres. Sus necesidades de ellos son muy diferentes y nosotros sabemos eso. Hemos estado aprendiendo sobre sus necesidades por mucho tiempo y hemos desarrollado sistemas de apoyo para poder cubrir sus necesidades. El año pasado visité Guatemala y Honduras porque quería ver de dónde venían esos estudiantes y quería entender mejor sus necesidades. Yo sé que el Dr. Wimmer está ya trabajando en un plan para poder atender a sus necesidades académicas mucho mejor. Regresando con mi familia, mis hijos ahora ya son grandes, pero tengo un nieto de 2 años que va a ser un estudiante en Urbana School District en un momento y quiero que esté en un edificio donde los lenguajes se hablen, se anime a los niños al hablar diferentes lenguajes y se les valore todos los lenguajes que ellos hablan. Un edificio donde puedan usar todos sus lenguajes con libertad y donde la cultura de sus familias sea apreciada y celebrada. Quiero que esté en un lugar donde vea que hablar 2 idiomas o más es un regalo y quiero que vea a diferentes personas hablando diferentes idiomas alrededor de todo el tiempo. Mi nieto y todos los niños en esta comunidad merecen esa oportunidad. Y esta noche ustedes tienen la habilidad de dar el primer paso en esa dirección, votando que sí para tener una escuela bilingüe o una escuela multilingüe. Thank you.
Okay, we're about halfway through our list now. Next up is Ana Mendoza.
Hello. Thank you. My testimony is about the French dual language program at Yankee Ridge. I'm a university researcher who's been allowed by the school community to do research on the French learning in the dual language program. So my testimony is about why it's important for this program to continue. I know there's been a lot of discussion about it lately. In my research, I'm doing a long-term project to track a cohort of 9 students by doing weekly observations in their 2nd and 5th grade year. So I've just completed the 2nd grade year in 2023. And this summer I also interviewed 30 dual language program families about why they enrolled their children in the program. So I'm going to give 3 important reasons for continuing the program. First, because students go through the whole program, kindergarten through grade 5, with the same group of classmates, and the class size is small, it's a really beneficial learning environment for students with learning disabilities. So by visiting the class weekly for 5 months, I saw 2 out of 9 students diagnosed with special learning needs be included and receive the individual support they needed. One student with reading challenges worked with a bilingual reading specialist and improved in reading by leaps and bounds over 2nd grade. And the other student, a boy with autism, I was touched when the only other boy in the class reminded their teacher, Madame Florence, to save his friend a crepe when he came back from pull-out tutoring. So to come to my second point, I believe that this family-like social environment in the dual language program benefits not only these students, but all students. As one parent in my interviews put it, it feels like a family. So my daughter talks about her classmates in a different way than my other kids talk about their classmates. I observed this special atmosphere during my class observations, and I'm going to read now from my field notes. So this is from a morning in January when the teacher, Madame Florence, played a song titled Voici ma routine, which is about the daily morning routine. And I wrote, the kids, now familiar with the song, sing along for certain phrases and are drawn to the rug. By the time the chorus is sung the 2nd time, they're singing heartily. Rima, Beatrix, Princess, and Lucas are dancing on the tapis, the rug. The others join them. Wendy dances as she erases the board for Florence. As the volume dies down in a certain part, it will get loud again. She hugs Beatrix. By now, half the kids have held hands to form a chain and are swaying their arms. Lucas, says Beatrix. Lucas and others join the chain. By the time of the 3rd chorus, students are really into it. Lucas is shaking Gloire so much like a rag doll. Only Rima chooses to dance alone, singing in front of the screen. At the end of the final chorus, she runs in front of all her other classmates with linked hands and screams, Voici ma routine, the last line at them, but they are screaming it too. When the projector falls silent, I hear panting. This camaraderie cannot be separated from the shared experiences of singing, reading, acting, writing, and so forth in French. Thirdly, I wish to speak what the program means for French versus English-speaking parents. While English-speaking parents valued the immersion, French-speaking parents value the formal instruction, phonics, grammar, reading, and writing that can only be offered in a schooling environment. As one mother who asked for more books put it, and I'll translate, because us, we only speak at home, reading, maybe a little prayer, the Bible's in French, but this is all the text input they get at home. The mother says, at school, there are stories written in French.
They understand that it's not just us who speak this. There are other people who speak French, Madame Florence and you too, and Papa John, and see the community they speak. They are not alone in knowing this language. Parents can speak French with their children, but they cannot provide the structured lessons offered at school. These lessons, I observed, were well balanced between phonics, grammar, and spelling worksheets, the whole language approach, reading storybooks and practicing oral conversation, and content learning in French, like science lessons about animals in different environments. So if children see French as a language beyond the home, they will see a reason to maintain it, but they will not if the only place they are exposed to French is at home. And so there are also two more benefits I will briefly share with you before closing. First, multilingual parents love it when American children learn other languages. As one Congolese father said, and I'll translate, "When I see the Americans, the children of Americans speaking French, really, I smile. I see the improvement, even his friends speak French. The Americans, truly, I'm happy." And second, one French-speaking mother mentioned that her child's class materials were invaluable for teaching her English, so there are unintended language learning benefits as well for the parents. So I hope this program can continue for many more years, and I will be able to return to see how my cohort of 9 students is doing in 5th grade. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm Anna Mendoza in the Linguistics Department, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And much of what I say, I think, applies to the Spanish dual language program too, surely. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Janelle Elliott.
Good evening. I recognize much of tonight, the primary topic is the dual language building. But here in Urbana, everything's connected, and I want to make sure that possible big changes don't have unintended or quiet ripple effects on the French dual language program. So I'm here to express my support of the program and even consider expansion of the French dual language program at Yankee Ridge. I'm a parent of 5 kids, one of whom is in the French dual language program, and a couple at home who would look forward to being in it as well. I recognize that this program wasn't created for the benefit of my student, so I'll save sharing the many ways that it has benefited her. I don't think anyone here would want the program to see it end. I think we all agree that it's a wonderful, beautiful thing, and that there are some real challenges to overcome. And so I just want to make sure we're able to have those conversations. I look forward to Saturday, but wanted to just say a few things publicly before that. One awesome thing that we've seen happen is the students in the French dual language program academically score high. They're doing very well while learning 2 languages. It's amazing to me. I know just English. And so I'm amazed watching my child and her classmates learn multiple languages and succeed at both of them. And so as we are seeking to raise scores in our schools right now, I wonder if we wouldn't benefit by looking at the model of what's happening in the French program and even allowing a few more people to join in with them as they're learning together. With the French family's input, I believe we could keep the program open and even larger if we opened up enrollment, which I understand could change what we call the program and things like that. But I know that there have been many people waitlisted from the French program in the past, and some of those people have since left our district or went private or found education elsewhere. And I know in conversations that we had this summer that as a district we're wanting to draw people to us and to stay with us. And when I speak to people about Urbana, my number one draw is what my daughter has experienced in this French program. We tell everyone about it. She tells everyone about it. And so I just think I would love for us to continue working together to figure out a way to make this program sustainable and even grow. At the kindergarten level, we limit enrollment to 50-50, and I understand there's a lot of good reason for that. By 3rd grade, my daughter was one of 2 English-speaking students left in her class because we don't add students who don't know the language later. And while I'm perfectly content with that for her, I wonder if we chose to add a few more additional English-speaking students in the beginning, if that still wouldn't come out to be a balanced classroom within a year or 2. I would also speak to the culture and feeling of family that's created in this French dual language program. It's unlike anything I've experienced with my other children as they travel together as a cohort, even as they have the same teacher back to back now. I've also seen benefits to that if that's needed. And lastly, I just want to speak to the team of teachers that we have. They have worked incredibly hard to build this program. They spend time on the weekends together, brainstorming, figuring out ways to meet their students' needs, and I think they've created a really successful program. They love teaching French, and I would be worried that if we were to change the program, that we might lose them to another district. And I know from the time I spent at Yankee Ridge that their presence would be a huge loss if they were no longer with us. This one's for Katie. I understand funding is a part of the equation, but Katie is a mastermind with budgets. And so I know I'm not naive to think money doesn't matter in all of these decisions. But I think I was told this summer, you know, if the people want it, we can work together, and you know, we have a lot of things happening. But yeah, I would hate to see just money be a reason that we have to make a change to such a great program that our district offers. Yeah, so I have strong hopes that we can work together to keep the successful program available, and even consider the expansion if that was acceptable to the French-speaking families, to add a few more English-speaking kids in the beginning. And yeah, lastly, sometimes I think it's helpful to get a first-hand picture of what the program has meant and what the students have learned. And so I will wrap up my time, but I brought with me two incredible 5th grade students who have written their own statements that they want to share with you when they had heard that they don't know much, but you know, that there's conversations about the French program. These are two students who do not enjoy public speaking, and I thought I might even have to bribe. But they said, yeah, we want to talk. So that's all I have. I'll let them speak next. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yep. So next up is Macy Elliott and Believe Mpunga.
Hello. J'ai commencé Yankee Ridge en décembre 2021, ma première école depuis que je suis venue en Amérique. Je ne parlais pas l'anglais.
I started Yankee Ridge in December of 2021, my first school since I came to America. I did not know English.
C'était effrayant parce que je ne connaissais pas les personnes, mais c'était bien parce que Messi m'a aidé beaucoup.
It was scary because I did not know all the people, but it was good because Macy helped me a lot.
Je ne connaissais même pas comment utiliser un ordinateur, mais Messi m'a aidé en français.
I didn't even know how to use a Chromebook, but Macy could help me in French.
Quand c'était l'heure de la gym, Messi et Ariel m'ont aidé parce que la professeuse ne parlait pas français et je ne parlais pas anglais.
When I went to gym, Macy and Ariel helped me because the teacher didn't know French and I didn't know any English.
Maintenant, je connais comment lire, écrire et parler anglais.
Now I know how to read, write, speak in French.
In English.
In English. J'ai joint le programme en maternelle. Au début, c'était difficile, mais mes parents ont dit que je peux faire des choses qui sont difficiles.
I joined the program in kindergarten. At first, it was very difficult, but my parents said I could do hard things.
Bientôt, j'ai compris plus de français. Maintenant, je suis bon à parler à français et je suis capable d'aider les autres.
Soon I understood more French. Now I am good at French and able to help others.
Ma classe a devenu ma deuxième famille. C'est comme j'ai grandi avec eux.
My class has become my second family. It's like I grew up with them.
J'apprends beaucoup sur la culture congolaise. Je suis vraiment heureux que j'ai resté dans la classe de français.
I've learned a lot about Congolese culture. I am really happy I stayed in the French class. You go first.
S'il vous plaît, garde le programme. On veut que notre petit frère et petite sœur peut être partie de ça.
Please keep the program going. We want our little brothers and sisters to be a part of it. Oh my
God. Next up is Brian Suriza. Okay. Maggie Byrne.
Good evening. Thank you so much for being here and giving us your time. My name is Maggie Byrne. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Dr. Williams Elementary in the dual language program, and I'm joined here by several of my colleagues who joined me in signing a letter we did submit to the board, along with others who could not be here tonight. We speak to represent the voices of 28 educators and staff members of the dual language program who, on a conservative estimate, have been working and serving in this program for a combined more than 100 years. And the reason we're here is because we are deeply, deeply committed to doing what is best for this program. Most of us have made this our life's work and have been doing it for the better part of our adult lives. We are asking you to help us in this mission by supporting and voting yes to a unified dual language school, because we believe this is what would be best for the students and the amazing families that we serve. This is consistent with the best research done by experts in the field, such as Escamilla, Medina, Beeman, and Euro, as well as the auditors who came to our district to give us the best practice advice, and the consultants with whom we are working. It is also consistent with our combined experience in the district and what we believe would be best for our students. We believe a single building offers a better educational opportunity and experience for all program students, especially those whose first language is Spanish. This claim is consistent with these findings, and we believe a single building model will lead to better student learning and program outcomes because it allows for a unified mission focused on the 3 pillars of bilingual education: bilingualism and biliteracy for all, high academic achievement in 2 languages, and multicultural awareness. When a building is split between 2 programs, both these goals and programs have to look different, and it is very difficult to work in favor of both goals simultaneously. Everything from curriculum and materials to schedules and instructional practices and even signage and the organization of classroom and workspaces needs to be different for different goals, and that's difficult to achieve when we are split between 2 goals in one school. In a 1 building model, all building staff would be bilingual or would have specific training and experience working with emergent bilinguals. This would allow Spanish and English to be used throughout the building in a way that would be deeply affirming and safe for students, families, and staff at all levels of linguistic ability. Thank you. It would also elevate the status of Spanish, which is the minority language in our community, especially for newcomers and those who need to have access to this to be successful in the school. It is our deep hope that by elevating the language and showing it spoken in professional spaces, it would create a deep sense of pride in one's home language and culture, and also invite families in to be able to participate more completely in their students' education. Another benefit would be to provide more effective team communication and collaboration. This is a specialized field, as many have said. It requires countless hours of adaptation, translation, and even development of our own curriculum. It requires much research to stay on top of best practices. And if we were all in one space, it would be much easier to collaborate, to work as a team, and to share that workload. We are hopeful that by having that workload shared, we would create better curriculum. We would be more available to our students and our families to create the best learning opportunities. And we would also have less problems with teacher retention and problems with staffing. As you know, this has been a real challenge for us. We've even had to have substitutes in classrooms who do not speak Spanish and cannot fully support the program. And that's not even including maternity leave positions like mine. That's just basic classrooms. Well, if we have more teachers who feel they have the collaboration they need, we are hopeful it would lead to more people staying in district and a way to share that work between us. We've heard a lot of major concerns about the fact that this would be a threat to neighborhood schools, but the reality is neighborhood schools are already not equitably available to all children. Students in our program are traveling 2.5 to 3.5 miles or more to get to school, and while it's a wonderful thing to be able to go to school in your neighborhood, that relative privilege does not outweigh the need of all students to have high quality education. We've heard concerns about diversity because the Latinx students would all be in one building. However, right now, a vast majority are between 2 buildings. And it's important to recognize that Latinx is not a homogenous group, but rather represents a very ethnically, culturally, linguistically diverse group of people who benefit from learning about one another within our program. And it also represents the non-Spanish speakers in the program who also bring incredible levels of diversity. In conclusion, it is our greatest hope that as educators, as staff members, we have done our best for our students up until this point to serve some of these amazing young people who are here tonight, but we want to do better. And we ask you to help support that by voting yes for a single building for the dual language program.
Next up is Kennedy Livenia. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Salut tout le monde. Moi, c'est Kennedy Livenia. Je veux parler en français.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kennedy Lefenia, and I would like to speak in French.
Just a little closer to the mic, please.
Okay. C'est ma première fois d'être ici et je suis ravi d'être parmi vous. Je vais partager mon expérience étant que parent de 3 enfants à Anchorage qui sont dans le programme de français.
I am so happy to be here with you tonight, and I would like to speak to my experience. I have 3 students who are in the French dual language program at Yankee Ridge.
Je vais faire voir comment le programme est si important pour nous, étant qu'une communauté francophone.
I would like to express the extreme importance of the French dual language program to the francophone community.
Nous sommes venus, moi et ma femme, en 2013.
Me and my wife arrived in America in 2013.
Et nous avons eu 3 enfants ici aux États-Unis.
And we had our 3 children here in the United States.
Et nous sommes habitants d'Urbana.
We live in Urbana.
Et nos enfants ont comme leur première langue l'anglais.
Our children speak English as their first language.
Et lors de leur inscription à l'école, ils ont commencé par le preschool, Urbana Preschool.
They enrolled in the Urbana Preschool and Urbana Early Childhood.
Et ils étaient assistés avec quelques personnels qui parlaient français.
And they had teachers who spoke French.
Et quand on avait su le programme de 50-50 bilingue, français-anglais, nous avons inscrit nos enfants à Anchorage.
And when we heard about the 50-50 dual language program, we enrolled our students in Yankee Ridge.
Et nous avons su l'importance de parler beaucoup de langues en étant qu'immigrants. Yeah. Étant qu'immigrants, nous avons su l'importance de parler beaucoup de langues pour donner à nos enfants l'opportunité d'être compétitifs dans la société et partout dans le monde.
And as immigrants, we really recognize the importance of our children and our students to speak multiple languages in order to be competitive in the job market and in their world in general.
Et mes enfants, ma première est en 3e grade et la deuxième est en première grade et mon garçon est en kindergarten.
My 3 students, my oldest is in 2nd grade, my next student is in 1st grade, and my youngest student is in kindergarten.
Quand ils grandissaient, ils ne parlaient pas français.
When they were younger, they didn't speak any French.
Mais maintenant, ils commencent à parler français très très bien et écrire.
But now they are speaking very, very good French, and they write well.
Et je suis vraiment content du programme français-anglais parce qu'ils nous ont aidés à être à communication claire avec nos enfants.
And I am very happy with the education that my students have received in the French dual language program because it helps me to communicate well with my children.
Même avec leurs grands-parents qui sont avec nous.
They
Qui ne parlent que français et d'autres langages que nous parlons natifs.
And it helps us when they're able to speak well with their grandparents who only speak French and some of our native languages.
Et j'aimerais que ce programme continue parce que la communauté d'Urbana s'agrandit et ça donnera l'opportunité à tout immigrant francophone qui va venir d'être la bienvenue dans la ville et puis d'apprendre rapidement et être compétitif ici dans cette ville d'Urbana.
And I would really like for the French program to continue so that all people who are immigrants, who are French speaking, when they come, they can feel welcomed and also know that they will receive good education and have a competitive chance in the future.
Et que nous soyons aussi en mesure aussi d'être dans le challenge, de postuler dans des places où nous serons aussi fiers de parler des langues comme français et anglais.
And we would like for our students to be able to competitively apply for positions where they can speak French and English with confidence.
Et ça sera profitable pour nous, la communauté qui est mineure ici en Champagne-Urbana.
And that would be very important for us as a part of a minority community in Urbana.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have 2 speakers left. If anybody else would like to speak before the board, there are goldenrod sheets in the back of the room. Please fill it out and hand it to Lori Johnson, our recording secretary. Next up is Lacey Elliott.
Hello again. I was here last month. I was going to come again tonight and talk about why we love the French program so much. I'm a parent of 2 Yankee Ridge French students. But I'm going to take a different direction tonight. I think what I would really like as a French dual language parent is just some clarification about what exactly we're advocating for here. I was made aware today that the French program is funded based on the number, a grant based on the number of Francophone speakers in our community or in our school district. And I'm confused as to, well, let me go back. A lot of us have spent a lot of time advocating for the program, why we love it so much. We've written emails, we've been here, we've stated lots of stuff. We did newspaper interviews. We really want the program to keep going, but it seems like maybe our advocacy is pointed in the wrong direction. And I guess what I'm hoping for from you guys, from admin, from the board, is just a little bit more clarity on like if there is a way that we can fund the program, or is that dead in the water based on the French population maybe being smaller. So I guess I have two specific questions that I would like the board to address. Are there other sources of funding for the French program that would make it so we're not dependent on, a given year's population of French-speaking immigrants? And then is the French program going to be included in the dual language school for Spanish? I think both of those questions would, just as a French parent, would be really helpful to get some clarity and just clear communication from you guys on kind of where we're at. And know that we love the program, we want it to keep going, but we want to make sure that we're addressing the actual problem and not just talking about how much we love the program. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Please go ahead.
So normally we don't respond to public comment, but we do have a French BPAC meeting scheduled for Saturday. So a lot of the questions and comments that are being made tonight about French dual language, I encourage everyone to come to that meeting. It will be at Yankee Ridge Saturday at 9:30. And it is a hybrid, so we will also be sharing a link. So if you're not able to be there in person, you can attend via Zoom. What time this Saturday? 9:30. Is that correct, Lupe and Joe? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last up tonight is Rob Nagel.
Hi, I am also here to speak in support of the French dual language program. I think my comments last month were talking about how my child, she's a native English speaker, but she really enjoys the French dual language program. But what really struck me a lot about hearing from the native French speakers is that how the French dual language program allows their children to learn and enjoy school. And that's going to have long-term impacts for them as they go through middle school and go through high school. And so the French dual language program is really a critical aspect for a lot of students coming from native French backgrounds. I do think the conversation should be structured around what does the program need for it to be successful? Does it need more students? Does it need more funding? Does it need more visibility? Instead of, this program doesn't have enough children. Because actually, as the researcher from U of I pointed out, that's probably the best learning environment for children, to have small classroom sizes and to have this community around them. So there's nothing wrong with the French dual language program itself. It's actually having excellent outcomes. But what is the issue with these low numbers? I think we need to tackle that. And the parents here, the community here are fully in support of working on that together. The second thing, right after the French dual language comments last week, we jumped into a meeting with First Student about the electric buses. And right around that time, a report had come out from Consumer Reports saying that electric vehicles have 79% more issues than conventional vehicles. So I have, a printout here. And I just wanted to point that out because the rep from First Student, his language around, he said it could save maintenance costs or, things like that. And so I wanted to point that out and just make clear that I do know that, Katie, you said that the district would research this a lot extensively. And I think that's really important, and to contact those schools in Canada that are using these buses directly to try and get their feedback on how these buses are actually performing. Because they also said it's like the latest and greatest technology, but actually this technology is very new, and it's in its infancy and it's being developed. So there are a lot of bugs to work out. So I'll pass that around. Which then also leads me to sort of the questions about Wiley and that being created as a 6th grade center. Is that going to require more buses? Are more students going to need to be bused to Wiley? Is that, is the district then going to be looking to purchase more expensive buses that then need more expensive maintenance costs? And I'm all for, less diesel vehicles on the road. Everyone knows that electric vehicles would have less pollution than diesel. But really the best and the healthiest way for students to get to school is to walk. And so I would just expect the district to be looking at that all long term. Okay, I know I have a lot of things going on. The second thing too is I understand the district just adopted Amplify as the curriculum for the dual language program. And I've heard from the Spanish teachers, well, one of my friends in Champaign, that Amplify has some shortfalls in it, and they were working today. They had a 3-hour meeting yesterday to look at Amplify. They were on the phone with the Amplify rep yesterday to talk about the deficiencies. And Amplify said that this is the first year that curriculum's been used for dual language. So I just want to point that out and just make sure that, you know, if Champaign is doing something and maybe it's not working out, then we should really be getting that info from Champaign. We should really be collaborating with these teachers to find what are ways, how can we learn from things that Champaign's doing, and how can we really grow from that. And then I think the last thing too is, you know, I think this is maybe just my experience, maybe this is other people's experience too. Sometimes I just get the feeling that for some big decisions, for things like this, it sometimes feels like the decision has already been made, and when it's opened up for public comment, that's sort of like towards the end of the process. And even just looking at the comprehensive boundary process, you know, the public input comes, there are 2 public inputs, but they're towards the end. And I would just really hope that more public input could be generated a little bit earlier, maybe more communication a little bit earlier. And maybe that's just my experience, but just thinking about, you know, this community is engaged, we want the best for our students, and trying to engage us earlier and open it up a little bit earlier for more public comments. I know we can always come to board meetings, but just thinking about doing the more formal input earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last call for public statements. Going once, going twice. Okay. We'll proceed on with our agenda. There is no call for an executive session after tonight's meeting, so the chair would entertain a motion to approve tonight's agenda as amended.
I'll move for approval as amended.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an agenda. Student ambassadors report.
There we go. Okay. This is the Student Ambassadors Report by me and Thank you. Before we get started, one thing that me and Dominica, or that I didn't put in the slides, was about the topic that we were just discussing with the dual language program and the French dual language program and the Spanish one. As a student who's been taught Spanish and French in school for a very long amount of time, I definitely think that improving the dual language French program and Spanish program are very crucial because of the amount of opportunities and available colleges and jobs that I now have at my disposal because of the fact that I was taught to be proficient in Spanish, French, and English. So I think that improving those programs and doing what's best for the students and how to get the best education for these students would be a great help, because also the amount of culture and the amount of family that I found in those classes were just there's so much of it, and I think that that would be great for more students to be able to have what I had. Anyways, the CU Optimist Club essay contest is where each year an optimist essay contest where students submit their essays all across the U.S. First place winner earns $100, and then they move on to the district level. Second place winner earns $50, and the third place winner earns $25. The district winner receives a $2,500 scholarship. This competition is only for high school students, and essays are due this February. Summer Youth Employment Program. During third hour on Monday, January 8th, There was a meeting discussing an 8-week employment program for 16 to 19-year-olds at the University of Illinois. Employees will most likely get a job placement within their interests and skills. There will be 20 hours of work max and 2 or 3 hours of paid professional development weekly. Depending on the department of the employee works in, they could be like asked to work more hours, but it depends. UHS Farming to School Interns. The Farm to School Interns is a program, the Farm to School is a program seeking paid work for interns for the spring semester starting in February and ending June 30th. Interns will be working 20 hours per week, earning $14 per hour. This internship is to basically like help improve and grow the garden so that more people can enjoy it. And there are 3 positions available, and students are able to start applying for the paid internship now. The USD 116 Student Equity Committee, for those listening that may not know, students have the opportunity to be an SEA, which is a Student Equity Ambassador. Their job is to ensure that students are represented with many different voices and points of view. The goal is for this committee to enhance diversity, equality, equity, and inclusion, and then students can start applying today. Message for all the students that are listening right now. Second semester can be hectic for some students, so please prioritize your mental health. You are important, and we're always there if you need someone to talk to. Remember that you're not alone, and you're not the only one going through. I feel like a lot of people have dealt with mental health in very serious ways, and one thing that all students should know is for the national helpline, you could just type it right into the internet and the number comes up straight away. There's also one for domestic abuse, domestic abuse, drug abuse, suicide, and sexual abuse. And that the counselors and the counselors are always there to talk to you. I know friends who have just spent like all day in the counselor's office because they needed someone to talk to, and they were excused from class and they were able to sort out their problems in an efficient way. So I think that mental health should be prioritized, even if sometimes school has to take a break for a little while. You can always jump back on the school train.
Some club announcements we have at UHS is the African American Club will be hosting their HBCU trip, and they'll be going to places like North Carolina, Georgia. If you want more information about this, email Mr. Brown in room 22222 at UHS. The Habitat for Humanity Club is hosting their 14th annual Mississippi trip to help build houses down in the south of Mississippi. For more information, email Mr. Foley. The Korean Culture Club spring semester meeting will take place this Thursday, January 11th, after school in room 1158. And the first meeting of the Youth Alive Club will be January 11th from 3:30 to 4:30 in room 2227. Make sure it's really helpful if you donate to these clubs, because these clubs are really important to the students. Habitat is really doing a lot for the students, and so is African American Club, and all of these clubs actually.
Yeah,
so
all the clubs.
All the clubs are very important to UHS. I'm actually in half of these clubs, so it will be really important to sponsor a student. These clubs really help students get into colleges, expand their mental. So like, you should sponsor these clubs, guys. This is just a reminder about the Orange Crush shirts, especially for students. If you like to go to games and support our schools, you should buy the shirt for $15, and you can get free admissions to the basketball, just the spring games. And it's really important. And Samantha Walden, a sophomore, she designed the shirt, and it's really beautiful. So you guys should really just buy the shirt. I'll share the link. Also, Habitat for Humanity is hosting their Little Zombies on the Prairie dance. This is going to be helping to help sponsor students that are going to the Mississippi trip in February. Me, if you wanna help, I'm here. The price is $6.66, and we want no more than 101, but more than 60 people there. So if you can do that, that would really help us.
What's the cost to sponsor? Do you know yet?
For a student, it's $550. So, and that's according to Mr. Foley, that's pretty cheap for like other stuff because you have to pay gas, you have to get food there. So that's pretty cheap, but that's still expensive for a student that like me, who's just a senior in high school. So it'll be like really greatly appreciated. And congratulations to Max Cooper and Jack Perry, who just are really good athletes in the school. And they placed first and second and broke records that haven't been broken in 20 years. And Jack also placed second, which is really good. So congratulations to the women's swim team. They just bleached their hair. So if you want to go congratulate them and see their beautiful hair, that will also, I think they'll also really like that. So yeah. And thank you for listening.
Gracias y merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Paulina and Domenica. Our first study topic tonight is going to be the Student Services Program update and special ed. Beth.
Good evening. While we get all of our stuff together, thank you. We'll do introductions. I'm Beth Ladd. I'm the Executive Director of Student Services this year. You saw me last year as the Principal of Early Childhood, so it's good to be back in this new role.
I'm Maria Elvire. I am the Special Education Administrator, new to this role this year.
And I'm Katie Madigan. I'm the Special Education Facilitator in this presentation, but I'm also the Assistant Principal at Urbana Early Childhood School.
And so we appreciate you taking time to have us on the agenda and to prioritize our services for students with disabilities. This presentation is just a review of very general things we talked about when we were here in June, as well as things we've shared and talked about with our current staff and priorities for us moving forward. No, I did not turn it off. Thank you for proving it wasn't a me issue, John. I appreciate that.
Are we on the next?
There we go.
Okay. As Beth said, we're pleased to be presenting to the board and the community this evening. Our agenda today will include a review of our June 2023 board presentation. We'll be discussing the work that has taken place during fall 2023, and we will also be highlighting initiatives that are upcoming.
Do I try again?
Okay, so in June, Beth and Todd did a presentation, a study session, so I'm just going to go over some of the highlights from that. This slide shows some of the positives that we are highlighting about the Student Services Department. So the first one we want to reiterate is our Pathways program. So we had, in the last 5 years, about 15 teachers who moved from a general education teaching position to a special education teaching position because we helped them get that certificate by paying for their education, and they agreed to work for us. And so we are really proud that that program was available, and I think it will continue to be available. The second thing that we're really proud of, and I'm especially proud of, is our high-quality, state-recognized, inclusive early childhood program. If you weren't aware, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary of early childhood in the city of Urbana, and since 1991, our program has been fully inclusive, meaning all of our students that are eligible for special education services receive those services with their general education peers. Another thing that we are really proud of is the monthly optional work time for our certified staff. We felt that they were asking for more time to work on the overwhelming amount of paperwork that comes with being a special educator. And so we have a 4-hour paid block every month from 4 to 8. And this year we're traveling to different schools every month, so it's not all in one place. It's at almost all the buildings, if not all the buildings this year. We're also proud that we have bilingual staff in all types of positions, from teaching assistants, teachers, speech language pathologists, social workers, and psychologists that are Spanish speaking. And they are representative of all of the levels of education in Urbana. Another thing that was a high priority for us that we're proud to have is additional work days for teaching assistants worked into the contract and the calendar this year. This allows for our teaching assistants to be more a part of our staff development, so they have more time to be included in our professional development. And then we have some really long-standing, committed special educators that have been in Urbana for so many years, and we're really happy that they continue to stick with us. The areas that we feel are, and were presented last time as something that we should be concerned about or thinking about and working on, are on this slide. And the first is our academic outcome data. So this is not a surprise to anyone. We've been talking about this a lot. It's a little bit sobering because we should be concerned about the outcomes that both our general education students have and our special education students have on our in our assessments. So it shows that we need to increase our high quality core instruction. We need some more specialized instruction. And so this is just an area that we continue to work with the entire district on. Another concern of ours is staffing shortages. This is not unique just to special education, but we do feel like we feel it maybe a little bit heavier than some of the other areas. This is a high priority for us, and we are working really hard on that, which Maria will talk about. And then another area was the need for professional development. We want to make sure that our special education staff understands what the role and responsibility of a general education teacher is, so they can ensure that students are receiving that, but they also need to know how to provide that specialized instruction that is a component of special education. And finally, we recognize that there has been some distrust and concerns, and we need to rebuild and strengthen the relationships that we have with our families, staff, students, and community members that are concerned with special education.
And so I just wanted to kind of highlight some of our guiding principles. Thanks, Paul. I just wanted to highlight some of our guiding principles as we do the work with our staff and students and families. And one of my #1 guiding principles that I have taken, in my many years of special ed, is that our students who receive special education services are general education students first, and the responsibility to educate them belongs to each and every one of our staff members. And so that is critical to make sure that we are not just providing supports and resources to our staff in our department, but to all staff in all departments. Another huge priority for us is recognizing that there are many facets to the work we do, but really we're guided in 2 different directions that are equally important, and that is legal compliance, because we do fall under IDA and Illinois code for special education services, and that we are emphasizing how important our quality programming is, and our specialized instruction for our students is foundational to what we do.
Okay.
And this graphic was one of the first displayed at our very, very first district-wide training for our special education staff, and we wanted to share it with you today. Before we provided that training, we talked about what we wanted to represent as a team. And acknowledgement and transparency were two very key tenets that we are determined to represent as a new team to our staff and families. We wanted to acknowledge that we have some broken systems and broken trust. We wanted to be transparent regarding the road ahead and how challenging it would be. We wanted to acknowledge our wonderful, invested people in our buildings and in our community who care and have never given up. We wanted to be transparent that we still have staffing shortages that will continue to make our jobs difficult. We have been trying to promote teamwork. We know that it's been essential to focus on team building and to acknowledge and appreciate the creativity that our staff have utilized to navigate staffing shortages in a post-COVID school environment. We have highlighted the additions to the contract that have enabled us to positively impact special education, such as expanding the paraprofessional calendar and including our TAs and professional development opportunities. We've wanted to express our appreciation to the families for their patience and their understanding. And so that work will continue, but we want to represent that we are all a team. We're in this together.
And so then another visual that we put up in front of our staff was this. And we really, with all the things that Maria and Katie have just identified, we're really walking a balancing act right now. And I think we're doing that in lots of different spaces for lots of different reasons. We want to hold our staff accountable to our expectations. We want to make sure we have high expectations for our students. We know that we have critical work to do in improving our outcomes. But we also know that we're still in a space where work-life balance and meeting the needs of our staff in terms of being able to manage so much when we are so short. That we have increased needs of students walking into our buildings. That we have a ton of priorities that we are addressing and trying to prioritize, and that we have our own mental health. And balancing all of that is extremely tricky and also a huge priority for us, but we want to name it and talk about it and have that on the radar of all of our staff as well. And so another meeting, not that very first one, but later on, we really felt it was important to really talk about some of the breakdowns that have been happening, some of the mistrust, some of the ways in which we all are approaching our jobs. And so this was something we really talked about in terms of some of our spaces and places where things are really functioning well and things are happening as they should be, and some of those places and spaces where there is a huge breakdown and some toxicity and some lack of really focus on what our true role is. And so we've talked a lot about that as a department and wanted to just share that with you, that we are honestly working to make sure that we are creating a culture and climate that we want to work in, that we can recruit people to work in, and that our families want their children in. And so with all of that, here are some of the things that we've prioritized for our very first semester, which was probably the shortest semester we've experienced, but we feel like we've done a lot in that time. So we have spent a great deal of our summer talking about ways we were going to tackle and divide up responsibilities amongst ourselves, our administrative assistants, and some of the leaders in our department, and we have prioritized making sure people know who is available to them for what reason and how to connect with us in those ways. We have really tried to shape our Special Education Family and Staff Advisory Council in a different way. We've really wanted to build that as outreach to our community and our families. to start building positive relationships with us, with our staff, and amongst other families. We have really wanted to prioritize collaborative problem solving in that space, and also that we are really working to change our systems through putting this council together. It's been a small group. We know that getting people to put extra time in, but we have grown each time we've met and had new people, and so we see that as a real positive direction. We have spent a lot of time putting together communication to our staff and our administrators around what we're doing, what we're seeing, and what's going well and what we need to work on. So we've really prioritized monthly newsletters and acknowledging the hard work that's happening in a real systemic way from our department. And then we are attempting to put in a lot of compliance processes to help keep people accountable. And those are all works in progress. And on our good day, we're doing well with some of those processes. And on other days, we're really reflecting on what we need to do to keep them going and moving forward.
So, in the spirit of sharing and being transparent with what we shared with our staff, we're going to tell you about some of the things we've done with them. And one of them is that on our first staff development day, September 25th, we asked them to reflect on the following questions. What is going well in special education department? What is not going well? What you would prioritize in a 5-year plan for your school or the district? And that's what's one thing you are doing or changing that you want to share with others? And so we posed that to our staff on that first day, and then we brought their responses back to them on the second staff development day, which is what you see here, and we continue to ask them each time we meet to reflect again on the same questions. So some of the things that they mentioned were that were going well, as this slide, is that communication. So I think our staff is really appreciative of the proactive communication that our department has attempted to enact during this semester. They mentioned a focus on students, having clearer expectations, I think, of their roles. They are very happy about the occupational therapy supports that are available to all of our students in the district. And then they're appreciative of open conversations that we've had with them, both as a large group and individually, small spaces. And then they mentioned the illustrative math curriculum and the UFly materials that are being used in spaces. So we just continue to engage with these questions whenever we're coming together as a group. The things that they mentioned that were not going well are just some of our building administrators not having as much background knowledge about special education. As we mentioned before, the shortage of staff. This is talked about over and over and over again. We have so many long-term subs, especially in special educator teachers positions, and then there are not enough teaching assistants available, and as soon as we hire some, then some leave. So we're in this constant state of trying to train and replace staff members in that area. They're feeling overwhelmed, like they don't have enough time. So there's a lot of paperwork that goes around special education. They are interested in getting some more collaborative development of IEPs and having more collaboration time available. Those 4 hours a month are great, but I think they're just feeling like it's not enough. And then meeting the social and emotional needs of students, those with identified disabilities and those without, are always increasing. They feel there's a little bit of a lack of shared responsibility between special educators and general educators, and feeling that there's some access to materials that is maybe missing.
Okay, so in the past, special education has not always felt like they've had a seat at the table. So we have been really intentional about having at least one and sometimes more than one of us participating and representing our department in district committee work. spanning across each of these initiatives. We want to ensure that the Student Services Department has a voice in this really collaborative, very important work. All right, so moving forward. Retention and recruitment of staff, as we said, is a big issue and something that we have been working on consistently since we came into the roles. Our goal is to do whatever we can to retain our dedicated and committed staff, which to us means improving our systems and ensuring that our staff feel valued for the hard work that they're doing. We are reaching out to our veteran staff as well as multiple solid student teacher prospects in an effort to recruit them for positions in our district. We will be attending job and career fairs alongside our human resource colleagues to recruit new qualified staff. We will continue to develop the capacity of our staff through professional development opportunities, and we will continue to develop the capacity of our administrators through LEA training. We did want to note that we have several openings since the start of this school year. We have had, since last year, an opening for our orientation and mobility specialist. We have not filled that position. Open since the start of this school year, occupational therapist, plus we have one retiring. School psychologist, a bilingual speech and language pathologist, 4 high school teachers, 3 middle school teachers, 9 elementary teachers, and 17 teaching assistants. So that is where we are at right
We're
now.
highlighting that for you so that you know the positions, and for anybody out there listening who is interested in being an O&M specialist. I will give you my number right now. These are really critical positions, and I think it's important to recognize that when we're talking about 9 elementary teachers, that means we have several buildings with multiple open positions, and the workload that creates for the people who are in there doing those jobs is just intense for us right now.
Okay. Also, moving forward, we are working on discipline decision making. We're working on restraint and timeout procedures, threat assessment and crisis intervention. We will be working through the Illinois Comprehensive Literacy Plan and the Dyslexia Guide and Toolkit as a team, reviewing the document and how we can utilize it as a department, understanding that our community is very invested in this work. We are looking at a new progress monitoring tool, which is huge for our staff and students. And we are continuing our work with 504 compliance and understanding and improving those processes.
All of these things are things that have been worked on over time. As we know, expectations change, law change, people change, and so all of these are ongoing things that are huge priorities for us.
Thank you. That's the end of our presentation. If you have any questions, I guess we would entertain those now.
Board members, any questions? Go ahead, Paulina.
Okay. I have a question. So, it was stated that there is like a lack of access to materials between general educators and special educators. What materials are those?
So we actually just were at the high school yesterday doing a presentation on accommodations and modifications. And so as we think about the lack of information in both spaces, we are really needing to make sure we're prioritizing that our special educators are sharing with our general education teachers specifics about individual students, as well as best practice in terms of how to be inclusive and meet the needs of students in the general education classroom. And so that's one huge priority. I think another thing is continuing to make sure all of our staff understand the different nuances that go along with different disabilities. And so, different disabilities present in different ways and have different needs. And those things change over time as our student needs change. And so really making sure we're prioritizing that. Our special education staff really want more knowledge and understanding from their general educators around grade level standards and curriculum. we don't want to be the experts in that, but we need to have some understanding of that. And so those are a couple of examples. I think one of the things that was noted is access to materials and for our special education staff. And so I think for a few years, we haven't, special education is specialized instruction. And so a lot of times that is creating materials of instruction for our students. But we also know that there are really quality programs out there that we can bring in for our staff to use. Boxed programs, things that are created and sold. And we really need to take a look at what is available that we could add to our teachers' toolboxes.
Okay. Do you guys have enough budgeting and money for more resources and access to materials?
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
We certainly have a very healthy budget. Do we have a budget for all of our hopes and dreams? No. But I say this quite frequently, and I think they say it now too, that not asking for something because you're worried we don't have funds is really a problem. Ask for what you need, and if it is needed, we will figure out a way to find it.
Okay.
We aren't limitless, but we have the availability.
Okay. So
and creativity. Not me, other people are creative.
So the sharing between general educators, special educators is difficult, and
finding time to talk and collaborate is difficult.
Okay.
Finding spaces to have meaningful conversations is difficult at times, but it's all possible if we create the structures, and we're confident we can do that.
Okay. So you guys are able to maintain access of materials. It's just very hard to be able to do so.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would also say for Dr. Ivory Tatum and her leaders in the curriculum and instruction department, they have done an amazing job over the last several years of making sure that special ed teachers do have access to new curriculums that are being bought and new materials. That department is always asking us, how many staff do you have? Where do you need this? What programs need this? And we do have a very strong collaborative relationship in terms of general education materials being available to us. That hasn't always been the case here and in other places, but that has been something that we have not had concerns about for several years now in Urbana.
Okay. Thank you.
Great questions. Thank you, Paulina.
Thank you, Paulina. Go ahead, Sherry.
You mentioned that there's a monthly newsletter. Is that for a community or just for staff or parents, and what is included in that newsletter?
We've been sharing that newsletter just with special education staff and administrators right now. It could be shared with anybody. The template we've kind of followed so far, we've only had a few months, Sherry, but we have had thoughts from me at the beginning. We've had sections that are informational on things that are coming up, and we have reviewed information we've shared at some of our PD opportunities, because those PD opportunities don't include all of our special education staff at one time. And so we've wanted to highlight that and share it with other people. Then we've had a separate monthly email that just is shout outs to people. And that's a very casual email that goes out and isn't typically highlighting people by name specifically. One, the anxiety of making sure we highlighted every person in our department in a shout out email became too much for me to think about over the course of a year. So we're kind of doing that generally with some, specific buildings highlighted at times, but I stole that idea from somebody at early childhood when I was there. So I'm happy to share. We're using, we're using SMORE for our newsletter, and we do that because of the accessibility features and the lack of creativity that we have to have. It's already there for us in that system. I know a lot of people use that.
Anyone else? Questions or comments? Go ahead, Lola.
I just want to know at this time, are you looking for trained, untrained staff?
Yes. Yes,
both?
both.
Okay.
We can train them.
And I say that if you have a child or grandchild who wants to be an orientation and mobility specialist someday, we will help make that happen. All jokes aside, there are number of programs in the state of Illinois on alternative pathways to certification. And Dr. Franklin can speak more about that in situations there. The ISU has a PULSE program that is targeting just teaching assistants who want to get their certification in special education. There are a number of programs like that for people who have the capacity to have already been in roles in education, and there are just as many options for people who haven't. There's also, Illinois knows this shortage is happening, and so ISB has alternative pathways to certification that make it easier to be a person who's working and get certified, to be a person who can have classes in person or to have classes online. There are lots of options out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lola.
Or anybody else? All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Our first administrative report tonight is 9.1, the ISB Quality Framework and AIR Needs Assessment. Dr. Norton's going to lead this report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will be talking about some needs assessments, two different ones that are going to be utilized with our schools that are designated for school improvement. First is the Illinois Quality Framework for School rubric, and that's a mouthful. We often refer to it as the IQFSR, and this is not anything new, but this is a reflective rubric that is conducted with schools that are designated. So even if our schools that are not new to school improvement being designated by the state, they will continue this every year so that they can see if they're making growth across 7 key areas such as continuous improvement, culture and climate, shared leadership, governance and management, education and employee quality, family and community engagement, and student and learning development. So there's with the Illinois Quality Framework for School rubric, the schools will conduct that, but then we also complete that as a district. So our cabinet, there's components of this rubric that are clearly for our schools, but it's also how we're aligned in those areas that I mentioned as a district. So we complete this rubric in the areas that are specific to the district as well and provide that feedback to our schools. This document includes standards, indicators, guiding questions so that we can openly and honestly rate where we are at that moment in time. In successful districts, this is something that's done collaboratively, as I mentioned, at the school level and at the district. It's important to see how we're aligning with our structures to improve student learning. So there's some other data sources that we utilize besides just this rubric. We look at state assessment results, local benchmarking such as our MAP results, chronic absenteeism data, graduation rate, 9th grade on track, climate survey results. That's the 5 essentials. We're going to be starting that here soon, January 23rd. So we'll have a window of that for all of our schools. And also any survey results, staff survey results that we receive as well. This continuous cycle of improvement that takes place to really have well-informed school improvement plans really looks at all those data sources that I mentioned, conducting the needs assessment, that IQFSR, that's the needs assessment, having an approved learning partner. Historically, we've utilized the ROE. I'll be talking about AIR in just a moment. That's a new one that we'll be using for a couple of our schools this year. And those areas all inform our school improvement plans. And then we continue this continuous cycle to evaluate and measure our progress. It's important to look at benchmark data and all of the resources that I mentioned to really analyze student achievement, and academic and school success indicators are all part of monitoring the progress. And that data analysis is the development for school improvement plans. So we'll be submitting this to the state, IQFSR to the state, by January 30th. We have to have all of that entered. New to us this year is a partnership with the American Institute of Research. And so this is required by the state, and we are conducting that with 2 of our schools. So that's with DPW and Yankee Ridge. And the reason why those schools are part of this assessment is because DPW is intensive and Yankee Ridge as being newly designated for comprehensive. And so it requires this assessment. The IQFSR that I mentioned has to be done first. It helps inform the AIR assessment, and the goal is to provide more information back to our schools and a report from some individuals that will be coming into our schools about their strengths and areas for improvement. This data collected helps with making strategic decisions and improving our school improvement planning process. AIR, this is just a map that shows where they're currently at. So they're in 280 schools and in 87 school districts across Illinois. They will be conducting the needs assessments from January until April. Ours has not started yet. They're going to be reaching out to our principals very soon. And the sources that they use for the needs assessment is state administrative data, the 5 essentials, and the difference in this rubric, this needs assessment, is they'll be doing classroom observations at Yankee Ridge and DPW. They'll be doing principal surveys and interviews, staff surveys, and also conducting focus groups at those 2 schools. Other support that we'll receive from our AIR consultants. We haven't been told yet who our consultants will be. Often they're retired principals in the community at times, so we'll await to hear that. That team has not been formed yet. They'll provide communication and coordination, additional resources that may be helpful for our school improvement efforts. They'll again be sharing site teams that'll be doing observations. They'll have data collection efforts that will be utilized in the report that they will be getting to us. And they have a highly ambitious goal that that report will occur before spring break. And so they'll be reaching out to our principals at DPW and Yankee Ridge to begin this in February, again with the goal of having it all finished up by spring break. So we just wanted to update you on needs assessments that are in the works. Any questions?
Board members, any question about the needs assessments? I look forward to getting the results. Oh, please go ahead, Rafi.
For Dr. Williams and Yankee Ridge, are they in this, what's the category in comprehensive, or what's it called?
DPW is intensive.
Intensive?
Since they were previously comprehensive and went
Yeah.
through that cycle, and Yankee Ridge is newly designated as comprehensive.
So are they in those 2 categories because of the whole school performance, or is it a subgroup performance?
Whole school. Yeah, comprehensive is whole school. Targeted would be if it was a specific student group.
All right, so then the question I have is basically the question I asked a few months ago when the report card came out, and that is both of those schools are potentially up for becoming a single dual language school. So if you create this complex plan for one of them, does it then, like let's say Yankee Ridge, for example, and then Yankee Ridge becomes a single dual language school where the only students that will be there would be the dual language students from Dr. Williams? I mean, is that a waste of your time here in the next 3 months?
No.
Or are you still obligated to do all this and you just replace the students with different kids?
right? We would have to work with our ISB consultants, but we would still have money that is tied to those students. This is the first year in that cycle, and so even if, for example, I'd mentioned before, if our schools became exemplary, that money doesn't stop that's been designated to us. So we would have to work to, again, flow that to our students to how we would move forward with that. So we'd have to seek further information from ISB.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, well, theoretically, you could just redistrict well-performing students into these two schools with redistricting, and problem solved. You know, it doesn't seem like very. I mean, you got to do it. You got to do it, but it's just very questionable, all of this. But with redistricting occurring at the same time is what I'm saying.
That's complicated. Thanks. All right. Thank you, Rafi. Does anyone else have questions for Dr. Norton? All right. Hearing none. Moving on to our next administrative report. This is the updated and revised 24-25 school calendar, the first read. We voted on a later date. Again, Dr. Norton.
Thank you. So again, our 23-24 calendar was approved last year, but we have made some recommendations for your review with this first read. Basically, there's 4 major changes on this calendar. First, it is moving Winter Institute from February 14th to October 24th. And that is to help with our school improvement efforts, because we want to make sure that we're front-loading the support for our teachers, any new initiatives or any research that would help instruction, to start that at the beginning of the year rather than wait until February. It just makes sense to do that earlier. Staff development, moving that from February 13th to February 14th before conferences, and then staff development, moving that from April 18th to March 27th before conferences. And then the last change is spring holiday from April 21st to April 18th. So we shifted some things around just to be more intentional with our staff development with this calendar. Again, this is for a first read, and then we'll come back January 23rd.
Board members, student ambassador, any questions? I do have a question about that kind of process of revising the calendar. Does this also go through the calendar committee? Like,
it does. Since we had, what we typically do is we'll meet 3 or 4 times throughout a year where we need to update, have the 2 years of calendars. And so this was shared with all of our calendar committee members from last year, and then they provided feedback. And I only received, everybody really was for it. I had a couple questions just about having the staff development on conference days and making sure we would have time for our teachers to shift and transition to conferences that evening. Typically, they're teaching on that day, on one of those days, and then they would still have conferences that night. So hopefully it'll even be a little bit less stressful as they're learning and taking in new information that day than maybe a typical school day. But that was the only question that I had, but everybody seemed to be in favor of it.
thank you. Anyone else? All right, moving on to our third administrative report. This is about the Urbana Indoor Aquatic Center's solar power purchase agreement. First read of that. Katie?
I would like to invite Derek Lieber from Urbana Park District up to the podium. He will be talking more generally about the Park District's plans and how they relate to the Urbana Indoor Aquatic Center. And then we also on Zoom have Sean from Progressive Business Solutions, who will be talking about the solar project itself and providing an opportunity for the board to ask any questions that you may have before moving forward with this project. Go ahead, Derek.
Okay. Good evening. I'm the Superintendent of Planning and Operations for the Urbana Park District. We've been looking at solar for over a year now. We were principally looking at 4 facilities, including the Indoor Aquatic Center. The Planning and Operations Facility has a stainless steel metal roof, and it's a great candidate for a solar array. We also have the Nature Center. We currently have a 6 kilowatt array that we wanted to expand upon. And then we have the new Health and Wellness Facility where we wanted to introduce solar to that facility. The Indoor Aquatic Center has a new roof that was put on in 2021. It was designed to support a future solar array. And the model of procurement that we're looking at is a power purchase agreement. We chose that model principally because we don't have the capital to purchase all the new solar array ourselves. And we're aware that you guys have recently purchased a solar array for Wiley. For us, with our new construction at the new facility, we really didn't have the capital to purchase solar. So this is basically a lease arrangement. We'll be getting solar at a discounted rate of about 6.4 cents per kilowatt hour. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean here to talk more about what he's done for us and be happy to answer any questions you all might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, the board, for allowing me to present this evening. We began this process. I first met Derek last year at the Illinois Park District Association board meeting in January, and we started having conversations, really focusing, the first initial ones around the health and wellness building. When we started to talk about the options that are available both on a state, the state programs that are available under the Illinois Shines program, the Illinois Solar for All program, the adjustable block program, and also changes in regards to some of the incentives, for the Inflation Reduction Act. We started to put together preliminary analysis and did an initial bid back in October with a few of the suppliers to just kind of put a baseline concept together for the park district. As Derek said, we've keyed in on 4 facilities: planning and operations, nature center, aquatic center, and health and wellness. And one of the main drivers here is, the different variable prices that each one of these facilities currently is paying. Anywhere from 11.7 cents at the aquatic center all the way up to 16.3 cents at the nature center. And in doing so, we looked at proposals for both what the cash purchase price was, just to have what that total number would be, as well as a 20-year power purchase agreement. And the reason why we looked at a 20-year power purchase agreement is recently the Illinois Park District laws were passed to now allow park districts to enter into up to a 20-year an arrangement for energy efficiency, solar, wind programs, given the longevity and the arrangement and lease terms of those agreements. That was just recently changed. And in regards to how the proposals are, we did send it a revised bid out for a response date as of December 27th of 2023, with the specific designs for each one of these facilities for a roof-mounted solar array, both for each one of the metal roofs or the TPO roofs that each one of the facilities had. Proposals were sent out to over 80 solar developers, and in turn, we received 8 developers that responded, and correspondingly 5 developers provided pricing options for the arrays. The first initial program that we really looked at was the Illinois Shines Adjustable Block Program. It's really kind of the standard program that is available. What we put into the bid process, or the bid requirements, is we wanted to look at leasing terms that included a 0% escalator over the term of the agreement, so the price did not change. We also looked at 1% and 2% escalators, but over a 20-year term, if you have an additional escalator on the price, it does drive up the total cost, where having a 0% for budgetary reasons, as well as where the price to compares are, we really kind of honed in on the 0%. Under the Illinois Shines program, as you can see, each one of the facilities were priced out on an individual basis, and we received pricing from all the way from 7.7 cents for health and wellness, all the way up to 19.1 cents for Crystal Lake Park. We also asked for an aggregated price where all of the facilities paid one price together. That price ranged from 8.8 cents all the way up to 14.2 cents. And then we put together some hybrid scenarios, putting facilities together just to see what the cost would be if the nature center went with the health and wellness building, or if just the aquatic center and planning and operations. And all in all, the Illinois Shines adjustable block program just did not seem to make sense, as the lowest price option for the district. What we did also look at is what's called the Illinois Solar for All program. The Illinois Solar for All program is a special carve out under the Climate Equitable Jobs Act that was passed in September of 2021. And in doing so, this allowed the district to really look at overall lowest possible pricing with the ability to aggregate all 4 of the facilities together. And the price would go from 8.8 cents under the adjustable block program down to 6.4 cents under an aggregated price. There's certain carve-outs and size requirements that some facilities did not have the ability to receive pricing based if the size and the requirement and based on the finance companies. And then also the alternate scenarios here we did look at if the park district just did the planning operations, Crystal Lake Park and the health and wellness center, the cost variance goes from 6.4 cents, including the aquatic center, versus taking the aquatic center out would be 8.9 cents. So based on, the recommendation for the park district board this evening at 7 o'clock, we recommended entering into a 20-year PPA arrangement with General Energy and DSD Renewables. And the park district board did approve it pending the school district's approval, and then also some legal approval under the contract. In this scenario for the Illinois Solar for All program, we did look at potentially what was the overall aggregated price for each one of the facilities, and Windfree Solar did provide, different pricing for each one of the facilities with some lower pricing. But overall, when you look at the higher pricing versus the lower pricing, which I'll show you on a couple of slides, next slides, the cost differential still outweighed by aggregating everything together under one ultimate price. So in turn, the park district, based on the current pricing structures that they're at all the way from 11.7 cents up to 16 cents. I'm sorry, I'm not able to get to, hold on one second. Oh, thank you. The overall savings that the district will experience is around $56,000 per year, versus their current total invoiced rate under the structure that they have with their energy supplier and Ameren. In all, 20-year savings, we're projecting about a little more than $1.1 million savings for the district. The aquatic center's portion is around $243,000 or around $12,000 per year. Currently, the aquatic center is roughly around 35% of the annual production for that facility will be placed under the solar production on a monthly basis versus the total annual grid purchase. Right now, that facility uses roughly around 610,000 kilowatt hours based on the last 12 months. So the benefit here is to make sure that there's long-term budget certainty for all of the park district facilities, and then allow the district then to procure power differently than what they have in years past for each one of the facilities that has solar versus the facilities that do not have solar. The difference between General Energy having one price for all of the accounts and DSD Renewables is $1,131,434. And if we looked at Windfree, that had pricing that was higher for the planning and building, nature center and aquatic center, the total price there was about $1,121,951, or roughly $10,000 difference. That's the reason why it looked overall would be a better savings over a 20-year term for the park district as a whole for each one of their facilities. This doesn't include any future increases in Ameren utility cost or lower cost supply power or anything else to that effect. Another reason why we're kind of on a fast track here for the Park District is under the Health and Wellness Center. The Park District did receive a grant for solar, and with that building being constructed and currently in, construction phase, we do need to start putting that facility more on a fast track to have electrical infrastructure calls, construction calls, electrical drawings, and finalizing the site walkthroughs. But based on the project high-level timeline for all of the facilities, we do anticipate that the Park District program solar arrays will be energized in 2024 or early 2025. And it'll be a phased-in approach, obviously, with health and fitness being the first one that kind of gets through the process. So we have to put them, as you're aware, with probably your contracts for the facilities that you guys are looking at. We have to get them through the interconnection queue. We have to get the final engineering design. We have to apply for the SRECs, the procurement of the materials, and interconnection agreement approvals. And that doesn't include permitting and everything else to that effect. Based on the agreement, under the power purchase agreement, the Park District is paying zero out-of-pocket expense. The general contractor, General Energy, and DSD Renewables. General Energy will be the electrical contractor performing the work. DSD Renewables will be the finance company that owns the array, and will ultimately have General Energy come out and perform all of the maintenance requirements, all of the warranty requirements, and there's other parameters that are set forth in the contract for price protections, production guarantees, and stuff to that effect for the district. In the assumptions of the rates under both programs, we assumed the 30% tax credit, the long-term renewables program, SRECs, to be paid out over 7 years, a $250 kW Ameren inverter rebate, what the current market pricing and the comparable rates, the price to compare that the district has been paying, ensuring prevailing wage on all projects, max term of 20 years with no annual escalator. And that allows, again, for budgeting over 20 years. And we looked at the current roofing manufacturer warranties and kind of what the age of each one of the roofs have been to kind of get the full overview of if the solar arrays can be placed on each one of the roofs. Specifically at the Aquatic Center, the Aquatic Center roof is a membrane roof, so it will be a ballasted system on the Aquatic Center's roof. Where another layer of membrane based on the warranty manufacturers of your current roofing structure recommendation, and then the system will be placed on the additional layer of membrane, and then the racking will be placed on the membrane with a ballast, and then the panels will be installed. So there tends to not be penetrations unless they come from the warranty manufacturer of the system, of the racking. The next steps here was to get confirmation from both the school district and the Park District. Park District did confirm their projects this evening. The plan for all 4 projects going together, General Energy, DSD Renewables at a PPA price, a power purchase agreement price at 6.4 cents for 20 years under the Illinois Solar for All program as an aggregate. With final legal review of the contract as soon as possible, get that into the attorney's hands and ensure the agreement is satisfactory, and then complete initial site walk to ensure electrical infrastructure on site, have somebody go up on the roof to make sure spacing requirements, building permit requirements, jurisdictional nuances that could come up during the installation process. And again, energizing the system late 2024, early 2025. For each one of the arrays, these are the layouts. This would be the Aquatic Center. It would be a 191 kW DC system. The module wattage is 490 watts. There would be 390 modules on the ballasted to the roof. Annual first-year production is 228,000 kilowatt hours, or a little more than 228,000 kilowatt hours. With the annual consumption, I pulled up the last 12 bills, and it was about 601,000. So a little change from what was included in the presentation, with an annual offset around 38%. currently, this shows the last 12 months of usage where this will provide solar production each year for the first year based on 0% degradation. Years 2 through 20 will have a 0.5% each year. And as you can see, based on the power production and 601,000, there really will only be 1 month that there's more power produced by the solar array for this facility than what is purchased from the grid or offset from the grid. So given this, the current contract base and future contracts, the park district and school district on their monthly invoices will receive net metering credits from Ameren in regards to the contracted price for an additional savings potential at this site. Now that's pending if the sun shines the same way that it has in the last 12 months and cloud coverage and everything else to that effect. But as you can see, you'll have a pretty substantial reduction from the months of April through September versus the current monthly usage, which are the high production months for the solar array. With the PPA agreement, there are protections for the power production. We have included an 85% production guarantee. So what that allows is for if the array goes down for any reason and falls below the 85% on a 1-year basis, the district will be held, the park district will be invoiced for the cost differential from anything under 85% or anything under 85% to the 85% threshold. Again, the annual degradation of the system is around 0.5%. There's an operation and maintenance agreement that's included in the PPA. So they will do a thermal imaging scan every year. They'll come out to make sure that the panels are working properly or contact the manufacturer if there's any kind of issues with the inverters, the panels, the wiring. All of that is included in the PPA. The districts are, leasing the roof and paying a discounted power price for the array. There are also warranties that are included, 20 years for the modules, 10 years for the inverters. And then the system cost just on its own is around a little more than $445,000 just for this array. And then there'll be 3 inverters that will be connected here. In addition to the savings aspect, there is the green messaging that will be able to be promoted for both districts. There will be a link to the inverters to show what the power production will be. We are also looking at, showing how many trees have been planted, what the carbon reductions have been, how many laptops could be charged or iPads could be charged or miles driven. All of that will be, kind of work together in the full complete package once the system's energized. And then we will also work on having the arrays be registered as a EPA Green Power Partner. And then the sites will be listed on the EPA website that shows that solar is installed, and there will be a press release through the EPA that the facilities are part of the Green Power Partner program. And there's another message that both districts can promote for the community that's down in Urbana for these sites. So with that, I will open it for any questions for the board. We did have some questions that came up on the Building and Planning Committee last week. And I can run through those or answer those as they come up from the board as well.
You're right, but better just to answer them as they come up. Board members here, any specific questions about the PPA? Go ahead, Robbie.
Can you, this is probably for Katie or not our guest here, but can you remind me who, what is our agreement with the Park District in regards to the Aquatic Center in regards to who owns the building, who pays for the electricity, that kind of thing?
Yep. So the Urbana School District owns the building. It's our building. and the park district and the school district have an intergovernmental agreement for the park district to be the operating partner of that building. So they pay the power bills, but ultimately that building loses about $500,000 a year, and each partner, we have partner shares that split that cost. Those partner shares have historically lately been around 50-50, but over the next couple of years, it's actually going to swing closer to 60-40 towards the school district side. So it's really in both of our best interests, even with a savings of $12,000 a year. That's $12,000 less that each of us will be paying at the end of the day, because that facility doesn't actually sustain itself from a revenue standpoint. Does that answer your question?
Within the Urbana Park District, it is by far the most energy consumptive facility we have. So we're really excited to get this one on solar in addition to our other facilities. But I think that's reflected in the pricing. And I know there's some discussion with the facilities group. You know, this is really good for all of Urbana, the Urbana taxpayer that supports both of our agencies. It'll reduce their cost.
So that $12,000 a year, is that before or after the SREC, payments?
So with a PPA, basically the vendor that owns the system receives the benefits of all of those rebates and incentives, and then they pass a portion of those rebates and incentives on to the park district who's contracting for a reduced energy rate. So it's built into that 6.4 cent rate, but they're receiving the actual full 100% of that benefit and then passing a portion of it on.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ravi, for asking that. I was questioning myself that. So what is going to be the benefits that the school district is going to have once they have the electric panels there and it's going to be like the building owns the electric panel or we are renting the electric panel? How that's going to be?
So we're leasing the panel from the company. They're leasing our roof space to install the panel. And then we get to pay a reduced energy rate for them having those panels on our roof. At the end of that 20 years, or even within the 20 years, because there's a provision within the contract, we would have an opportunity to purchase the panels to keep them on the roof at a cost that's of fair market value at the time at the end of the contract, or they will be completely removed at no cost as part of the end of the contract. Sean could probably speak a little bit more coherently about some of those processes. If you'd like him to answer, it might be better than me.
Yeah, I'm just confused because you just mentioned that this park district is the one who paid the bills, the electric bills, so why the school has to invest?
Sure. Well, actually, that is a really good question, and one of the main reasons why we're here with this topic tonight is because right now we only have a 4-year agreement with the park district as our partner for the facility, but this is a 20-year agreement. And so we want to make sure at the front end of this that we have agreement from both boards that if the park district were no longer to be that operating partner, this solar array is still going to be on the roof of the building that we own. And so ultimately we would want to take that PPA over and continue to pay those power bills, whether or not the park district was our partner. Of course, we want the park district to remain our partner. And this is a good partnership for both of us, really, to enter into this PPA and allow Urbana taxpayers to benefit from that bulk buy power that this facility is giving the park district on their other facilities as well.
And the immediate benefit to the school district is that although we pay the power bills, we split the cost with you all. So there'll be a discount to you all.
Good questions.
And outside of the economic, there's also the green messaging that will be jointly able to be produced for each one of the entities to promote to the school district, to all of Urbana ratepayers and stakeholders that are the same for each one of you guys. The district, the green message, the promotion, visual aesthetic of what it's producing, how many trees, what's the carbon offset. Use it more as an educational piece for everyone to become more and more familiarized with solar as solar still continues to grow, especially in Illinois.
One last advantage to this is that there's 2 basic models to solarize our buildings. One is self-pay, which is what we've done with Thomas Paine and with Wiley. We as a district, pay for the panels, and we're reaping the benefits of not just the solar power, but the tax the government incentives. The other method is this purchase power agreement, like the Park District is wanting to do. We have a bunch of other buildings we would like to put solar on, and we have limited capital going forward in terms of capital needs. So this is a way to kind of dip our toe in the water with regards to seeing how a PPA works as opposed to self-financing. I was fortunate enough to have the facilities committee last week and get a preview of this. Spent some time thinking about it. Philosophically, I'm certainly in favor of it. The Park District has been a great community partner for us, and if this helps out the Park District, it helps out the city of Urbana. We'll have to see the contract when it arrives and have our attorneys look at it and get all the details before we vote on it. But personally, I'm in favor of moving forward with this.
I would comment, there was a draft contract included in the packet, which has not received any sort of legal review, but it is my hope that on the 23rd, we will bring a reviewed contract for approval to the board after legal review, if possible. That would be ideal and part of the reason that we brought this to you as a first read tonight.
We did have some preliminary discussions with Park District and school legal, and the recommendation was that there be a separate standalone contract for UIC and then one for our other 3 facilities. That's what we're working on in the coming 2 weeks.
All right. My other question though then is, so inverters I think tend to run about 10 years. So if the 20-year agreement and the inverters need to be replaced after this 10-year warranty on them, I mean, where does that come from? Is that part of this 20-year lease that it'll be replaced when they break down, even though it's beyond the warranty time?
I want to give that one to Sean.
The inverters are under the operation and maintenance agreement are scheduled to be replaced within those 10 years. So that you'll get the full 20-year run on the inverter technology at that time. I can't guarantee the same inverters will be replaced because inverters are like desktop computers, laptops. They change. They'll change over 10 years, but you will have the most advantageous inverter at that time replaced. To ensure that the life cycle of the contract is held under that PPA standard.
These are great questions. And anybody else? All right, thank you. If you have further questions with regards to the contract, I guess you can reach out to. Go ahead.
Well, what did the facilities committee think of this presentation? Do you guys have some kind of or assessment?
Randy Randy is not here, so I hate to speak completely for him, but he basically said that the roof can handle it. The roof was reconstructed, I forget how many years ago it was, but it was done with the idea that solar could eventually be put on it. So we're ready for it. So from a facility standpoint, it's not gonna be an issue. We had one of our legal reps was there and was able to kind of talk us through his process to review the contract going forward, but he didn't see any big hang-ups at that point. We're waiting the formal review. And Ben was also there, so kind of thoughts you had, Ben.
I think we also discussed about the life cycle of the building. Or the pool, actually, I guess, if the pool needed to be replaced or repaired, would the solar panels have any issue on that? But I don't think that came up. They're separate. What else was there? Question of whether or not before the end of the contract term would there be a way to buy out the remainder of basically buy the panels before the 20 years, so we would then own them outright. So, and I think wasn't resolved.
Well, I haven't looked at it closely, but it does something to go over with our legal team. There's an amortization schedule with regards to the value of the array over time. So I guess exiting the contract early at different points would have different cost.
Right.
back to the PPA if we wanted to exit early.
Is it early exit? Yeah.
And I think what Robbie's alluding to is, as a group, the overall consensus was that this was something that we were supportive of as a district, and philosophically to support the Park District as our long-term partners. So I think that's kind of partly what you're asking, like, as a group, what was the Facilities Committee recommending? Right, yeah. Yep.
But I think it would certainly be nice to have a separate contract for that building.
Indeed.
Just that we could iron out.
I think Sean did some initial looking at kind of the buyout scenarios, and it drops off pretty rapidly after about 5 years, so
Really?
the cost becomes more achievable if we went that route.
Being an ignorant, but what is the interaction with the school, with the pool? We only have the swimming team for like seniors in high school, or there is other activities that the school uses that part of the building?
That's a great question too. So the school district primarily at this point is only using the pool for the swim team. We used to historically also use it for some programming as well. We used to have swim lessons and some PE classes that would rotate through, but with the new agreement, we've focused more on revenue generating activities besides the swim team. And so the Park District, as the operating partner, has shifted more towards private rentals and swim lessons and things, because we're trying to control costs for both districts. The costs have really skyrocketed with minimum wage increases, and staffing's very expensive there. So we meet monthly as a management team, Derek and I and Randy, and a couple others from the Park District, and Steve Waller from the school district as well, to review the financials for the building and to talk about any other operational issues that the facility is having. So those are things that we're looking at really closely, but that's kind of our main use right now is the swim team. So I don't know if you wanted to comment any further on that, or?
For girls and boys,
Yep.
happens 2 different times of the year, so.
Is any other opportunity to increase the programming in there for the schools?
As Katie said, because the Park District operates, we had a lot of discussions about that, and under our current 4-year agreement, that is not something that we, after a lot of cost analysis and budgeting and operation discussions over about 18 months of looking at all that data, the decision was made that we would not be increasing programming during this 4-year agreement.
Yep.
All right. Anyone else? Go ahead, Robbie.
So just to clarify that, so the gym classes no longer do swimming at all. Ah, I guess I missed that when we last reviewed that contract. Well, I thought we were just closing it down on certain weekends and holidays and other times, but
Yeah, we
all
also close all
Adios,
summer
gym
as
class.
well.
Yep, all summer, exactly, but no school in the summer.
All right. Anyone else? All right. This could be coming back before us at our next meeting.
Thank you.
So late too.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank
Our
you.
last administrative report of the evening.
Oh, thank you, Sean, sorry.
Our last administrative report this evening is a report on redistricting timeline and the next steps. So that would be Dr. Ivory Tatum.
Yeah, and this is very short, so I'm mostly going to be talking from the one-pager that you have, an updated one-pager about the boundary process through our work with RSP Associates. As you can see, they have a couple of kind of update times built into the timeline for the board. So today is one of those update opportunities. The last time we shared this, or actually the last time Robert Schwartz from RSP shared this, we didn't have final dates. So we wanted to put this out for the board and the public to have a little more information around when we would have opportunities for public input from our stakeholders, as well as bringing back a boundary plan to the board. Initially, our thoughts were we would have a boundary plan before the board in March. But if you remember when Rob was here on Zoom at the last opportunity that he talked to us, he shared that the enrollment analysis piece of their work had been delayed a little bit based on the work that they'd done with the RPC and the city around the plats and the neighborhoods and address analysis. So this is now, we're pretty confident the dates that we're going to be moving forward with. They shared a very brief, in our meeting on the 5th, update around their current enrollment analysis summaries. So they're looking at county live births. Right now they're seeing a slight decrease in county live births. Pretty stable market share enrollment for our incoming kindergartners. We've been saying elementary growth has been flat for many, many years, and they're predicting that it is going to basically remain flat for at least for the next few years. They continue to work on their 5-year enrollment forecast. Hopefully we will be able to bring that forward at either the January 23rd meeting or an early meeting in February. They're also doing a lot of forecasting around capacity at the elementary schools, UMS and UHS. So that's the enrollment analysis work that they're currently working on, and will hopefully be bringing forward an update soon. Once a decision is made tonight about dual language, then they will be able to get a little bit deeper into their boundary analysis work. We've kind of not been able to do much with that until we know more definitively if we're going to have a whole school dual language, and what that boundary analysis work might look like for K-5 based on the decision that the board is going to make tonight. There are going to be 2 public input opportunities. They will be coming in person. Those will be, once we have more information to share here in the next week, probably after our next meeting, we'll be putting that information out very publicly. Right now, this is, we're just sharing the dates and the times, 5:30 to 7 p.m. on February 28th and 29th. Those meetings will be in person at UHS. They have a very unique public input opportunity, and so we're going to kind of turn it over to them to facilitate that input opportunity. I haven't shared this with Paul yet, but they have asked that the board president say a few words at the beginning of each of those nights, and I will be probably sharing a few words from administration, but then they basically take it over and will tell us what format they want to collect public input, and we'll have several rooms open at UHS where we can have Spanish translators, French translators, and they will have very specific questions and tasks for us to complete during that time. Also, during those 2 days, on the 28th, I believe the evening before the 28th, they will open up a public input electronic survey. I know we often talk about the difficulty in collecting information via surveys, but we're hoping, and we've been talking about this a lot, so we're very hopeful that if we share it widely and really encourage feedback, that we will get more participation in the survey, and they have some unique ways that they do that as well. After those 2 public inputs on February, public input opportunities on February 28th and 29th, they will bring all of that information back, and we will have another kind of check-in with them, where we can then give the board an update in March before we receive a boundary plan in April. So right now the goal would be they present their boundary analysis and plan at the first meeting in April, and then we would ask the board to consider and make some decisions around that at the second meeting in April. So that is basically all I wanted to share, unless there are questions, or just that was just meant to be like a little timeline update to give you some actual dates that we can start kind of sharing out.
So I have two questions.
Sure.
One is, during the closure of Wiley conversation, the Wiley families were told that they wouldn't have to move schools twice, and so they would be grandfathered into wherever they went. Is that still the case and being communicated to these people?
So sure, we've had a lot of conversations about Wiley. They're very interested in where all the Wiley students currently were reassigned. John has all that information shared with them. And we're not using the word grandfathering. What we're saying is the Wiley families who, wherever they are, they will be given a choice. You can stay where you are based on wherever you were reassigned. If you're happy there, great, that's where you would stay. But if you're based on where you live, if your boundary is changing and you would like to move to the new school, then they would be given that opportunity to make that choice. So we're not really calling it grandfathering. It'll be more of a family choice of what they would like to do.
I have a question related with that. What about when the kids from the duolingual program who don't want to go to the duolingual program, wherever it's going to be?
Sure.
They're going to have also the opportunity to stay in the schools they are now, even if they are not correspondent to the new boundaries, or no?
Sure. So it would still depend on where they live, right? Like if they decide, if you mean if they waive dual language services and decide they don't want to be part of the, yeah, I think we would give them the same opportunity. If you want to stay, you can do that. But otherwise, you would be moving wherever your new address might be.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, the second question I had was more of a kind of an observation I was thinking of, and thinking about this process, and I'd just like to put it out there in public now, and hopefully these consultants can help answer this as well. So, in a hypothetical scenario where, let's say, Thomas Paine becomes a single dual language school, then if you take Leal with 300 people, or 400 people, so 2/3 of that school is in the dual language program, roughly. And so half of that 2/3 is in the Leal district currently. So that many people will be going over to the hypothetical Thomas Paine. So it's not that complicated. So if you're redistricting basing off those people then leaving their area, and all the schools are equally balanced or appropriately balanced up front, I will tell you, I have a good hunch that people that live in my neighborhood may not be so keen in the future to go to Thomas Paine when they have the option of staying out of the dual language program and staying at Leal. Therefore, over a 6-year time period, it will skew it over. So Leal may be appropriately sized now, but in 6 years, it's going to be overburdened by the population. See, so what you have to do is either anticipate that with the redistricting and have kind of skewed classes now, or just plan to redistrict again in 6 years. And so I think the thing is, populations change, and we shouldn't just do this once every 30 years. It'll be little tweaks and boundaries, but we really need to make a plan to probably tweak those boundaries every once in a while.
Yep. That's a big part of why we are where we are now. I mean, when Dr. Williams was chosen as the second dual language school, a big part of the reason why it was done was because that building was near empty. That's exaggeration, but it was not anywhere near full. We had at least 4 empty classrooms in that building, and the growth of the program combined with shifts in where people live have that building overflowing. So, I think we have to have a commitment to, as a district, to re-examine this, every few years. And the last time we attempted redistrict, when we ended up moving a dozen kids, we said the same thing. We should be doing this every 5 years. And now we're stuck with having to do something very, very big because things are so out of whack.
Okay.
One thing I heard.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. One thing I heard this evening about the public input being available, and it looks on this timeline that there's plenty of time for public input before a proposal is given. So before that. So
Sure.
it was good to see that.
Yeah, February 28th will be here before we know it. I mean, it is going to go very fast. So, yeah.
Anyone else questions or comments? All right. Thank you for all these administrative reports. We do have policy review this evening for Press Plus 113 and legislative update. Again, Dr. Ivory Tatum.
So I'm going to try to do this really quickly after a long night, and I apologize that we have to do this on a night when we already have so many presentations. But as you know, the press information has to be approved by the board, and this particular press packet has to be approved by the board and entered in February. So unfortunately, we couldn't really push it off, and it had to be done tonight. Typically, though, we always have a presentation at the beginning of the year in January because there are always new bills that are signed into law. As you saw on the update that I gave you for the legislative update, there were 561 bills. Our legislators were very busy and active in 2023. And there were several bills that are relevant to school districts, and so I've tried to kind of summarize those here for you. Most of what's here is effective as of January 1, 2024. Board members are very literate and smart and intelligent folks, so I'm not going to read to you. What I am going to do is just kind of hop around and highlight really briefly some of the legislative updates. I'm not going to go through the press packet as much because, as you can see, the press packet basically is created to share information with the board around legislative updates. So the two are very much blended and braided and intertwined. So I'm going to focus right now on the packet that you have regarding the January 1, 2024 effective legislation. So hiring and wages, there are a couple that I want to point out. ESP paid holidays. If the board members were wondering about this, we do not require our ESP staff to work on legal holidays. We have contract language in our negotiated agreements with our UEA around when our educational support personnel are paid for their holiday time, and so this is really not relevant for our district. But there are districts that don't have contract language, but we are bound by our negotiated agreement. So this really doesn't apply to us, but I just wanted to say that in case board members were wondering if that was actually a thing, right? It isn't in Urbana. We are excited about the next one, substitute teacher additional days for vacant positions. We can now, as a district, employ the same substitute teacher in the same vacant teaching position for 90 days. That is new. We've not been allowed to do that. One of the reasons is when you have a long-term sub or you have someone that isn't a qualified or licensed teacher, it's not always ideal, as you heard Ms. Ladd talk about tonight, and as we know, we have long-term subs in lots of our classrooms, and we've talked about that a lot this year. It isn't always ideal to have a non-licensed person in a space for that long. However, we have some of our long-term subs that are phenomenal and are doing a great job, and it is wonderful that now we can say that person can stay in one position for 90 days and not have to move them around every 30 days. So that the district has that discretion, and that is something new for us. I'm going to flip to the one listed, teacher hiring priorities. This is basically a amendment to the school code that districts have to hire assigned educators with the proper professional educator license if they work in the areas of PE, music, and art. We do have long-term subs working in those areas, and we will continue to do that until we're able to hire a qualified teacher in those spaces. But this is language basically. I think there's some districts who, in an effort to maybe save or do some other things that we don't do in Urbana, The arts is really important to us and has always been a priority for us. So we've never really utilized subs in this way unless we absolutely have to. So we do have subs that are in these positions, but anytime we have an opportunity to hire a licensed educator in one of those areas, we always make that a priority. The next section I'm going to jump to is the employee leave and benefits area, and this is just very quickly new language around bereavement leave, organ donation leave, and leave for family members who have experienced a death in the family due to a victim of crime or violence. So this is pretty much school code now, and these are things that we will work with the HR department to make sure that we're doing moving forward. Next, I'm going to jump to employee training. The first one there that I want to highlight is just the consolidation of teacher trainings. As a district, we already implement basically everything on this list that they have here related to trainings that we're required to provide to our administrators, our school personnel. We right now have a system called the Vector system. It is like a safe schools modules and videos that our staff members watch that cover all of these topics. Right now we have about 5 hours of training that we provide to staff, and they're required to complete that training within a certain time period once they're hired and at the beginning of every school year. So we're basically already doing that. The next one is trauma training. This is something that is new, and we'll start for the 24-25 school year. We'll work with the Student Services Department and the CIA Department to, and Professional Development to provide Teacher Institute training around trauma-informed practices. Moving forward, if you'll note there, starting with the October 2024 school report card, districts are now going to have to report how many staff members in the district, the total number of counselors, social workers, nurses, school psychologists, and how many students those folks work with. And all of that is in an effort to have districts be more trauma informed and really be more trauma responsive. So that is trauma training. Another additional training that we will be working to implement is homelessness training. I know we talk a lot. Kim's department has done a great job. Linda Gibbons used to kind of really work on that when she was here, so we'll be shifting that. We have a great relationship with the Cunningham Township, where we have really had some grant opportunities where we've been able to educate people about homelessness. But this is basically saying that districts now have to in-service staff every 2 years and kind of orient them to homelessness and what are some of the signs of homelessness. So we'll be creating something for that. I am now going to kind of flip through. If you have questions about any of these specifically that I'm not highlighting, please stop me and we can do that. Yeah. Yes.
So besides training all the personnel of whatever is involved in that training, what is the impact that the district does directly to the people, to the clients in my mind?
Sure.
That's where I work.
So
To the students.
Yes, so I think, I don't know if you remember when Dr. Mitchell was here and she did her presentation and talked about what she's been doing in her role for homelessness. I know, Lucia's still here. She works a lot with our unaccompanied minors who technically are considered homeless and fall under that status. But part of this training would be not just identifying homelessness, but what are the rights of our students that are considered homeless and what are ways that we can better support them and refer them. So like you do with your clients, how can we better make sure that we're supporting not just our families that are homeless, but our students that are identifying homeless to provide more support for them. So, yep. And we welcome any expertise that you want to share with us in that area, Sitlali. So if I'm going to kind of skip through resignations and pensions and go to bullying and discipline. There is new language around alternative placements. This is basically around the idea of students who are administratively transferred to alternative school programs because they're subject to suspension or expulsion. Right now, we don't administratively transfer students to alternate sites for suspension at all, but we do have opportunities where we have to talk about alternative placements for students that might be expelled. That is something that we do through the board process. It is a legal process that we follow, and so it's a board decision. This is really talking about administrative transfers. There are things that, like there are 45-day placements that we can do if students have very specific criteria in the school code that allows us to do those kinds of things. So basically, this is not talking about the placements that we have here at Tiger Academy. Those are all parent requested or school initiated or happen through our board process. This is basically something else. I just wanted to kind of clarify that. I love the language that they've added here about talking about the rights of the students, you know, what needs to be in place in those alternative school programs, and definitely a timeline for transitioning. But I didn't want the board to be confused that this was in alignment with what we're doing here at Tiger Academy in any way. So just wanted to point that one out. The next one is, I also want to highlight the Rapid Entry School Safety Plan. So as you know, we have a district crisis committee. Tori is, who is the second? Is it just you this year? Just Tori. Yes, Brenda used to be. So we have a district crisis committee. Tori is our board rep. We meet monthly. Our first meeting of the year is tomorrow. There are representatives from Urbana Police who are part of that committee. Our SROs are part of that committee. Several of our building administrators. We have a couple UEA members that are part of that committee. And one of the new requirements through the School Safety Drill Act is that now we work very closely with Urbana Police for our active shooter drills, for all of our lockdown procedures through that committee. But now we also have to generate a crisis response plan that would allow law enforcement to rapidly enter our schools in the event of an emergency. So we've talked with them a lot about us exiting our schools when we have incidents that happen. So now we'll work with them on a plan to, if they need to enter one of our buildings for whatever reason, we'll come up with a plan with Urbana Police through the work of the District Crisis Committee. The next one I want to highlight under health and safety is the opioid language there. So our district nurse, Amy Marks, is amazing, and she has been already working very closely with Beth Ladd to come up with administrative procedures for us to have something in place as soon as possible for this January 1st start date. So she's already kind of come up with procedures for having Narcan available in our buildings. We're going to acquire a couple of boxes and so many doses for every single school, that those will be on site. And then we'll be training designated healthcare professionals in each school to administer the Narcan in the event we have somebody overdose, an opioid overdose in one of our schools. Hopefully that never happens, but Amy has been very thoughtful in preparing us to be ready for that in the event that it does. The next one is Gender Violence Act. As you know, we have worked very closely with our LGBTQ+ task force committee, and we already, with HR, have a lot of procedures, and we have a lot of conversations and open communication around things like this. So the purpose of this becoming part of school code is to really hold districts and employers liable and accountable to make sure that they are investigating incidents of gender violence among staff, but student to student, staff to staff, student to staff, and that we are responsible for making sure that we investigate complaints, reports. These are things we do already, but now it is officially a law that we need to. I am going to jump to curriculum and instruction, and there are several new curriculum-related bills. So allergen safety, grades 9 through 12. We are now responsible at the beginning of the next school year to teach allergen safety as part of the comprehensive health program. Also the dangers on fentanyl through the health program for grades 9 through 12. And career development experiences are also a new addition to something that we will have to work with our high school on. And the last one on that page, Native American history, is a new beginning 2024 that will now become part of every elementary and high school social studies course. So we've not started any work in that area yet, but we will need to have something in place for the beginning of the 24-25 school year. Were you going to add something? Oh.
I'm just
Okay.
I'm applauding.
Yes. Under special education, I was just going to highlight the IEP emergency accommodations. Basically, is just something that we will talk through. We've already kind of had a few of these conversations because we do a very active shooter drill, and I think when you drill, you learn, oh wow, we need to have a plan for students that might be in wheelchairs. How do we exit the building? How do they exit the building in case of the event of an emergency? So this is basically making sure that staff are thinking about those things in the event of a natural disaster or an active shooter situation, and that we have a plan for our students with IEPs who might need accommodations in the event any of those things were to happen. Under procurement, the bidding threshold increase, we've talked about that before, and now that it is officially here as of January 1. We will now bid contracts. The bid contract amount has been increased from $25,000 to $35,000. And another interesting addition for procurements is the duration of transportation contracts. In the past, we were limited to a three-year contract with an opportunity to, I think, do a one-year renewal. And now we are going to be able to enter into 10-year renewal contracts for transportation contracts, which is really interesting. Construction and maintenance, I just wanted to highlight these two because we already do these. We already are offering water bottle filling stations in any of our new construction, but we also went through our buildings and made sure we had water bottle filling stations in all of our schools, whether they were new construction or not. We already have a really comprehensive school pesticide plan, and we are very careful around when we're scheduling pesticide applications in our buildings because we have lots of staff members and students who are sensitive to the chemicals, and so we've already been doing that for many years. Last but not least, the Computer Science Equity Grant. I think I mentioned in our last legislative update that one of the requirements is that every school will have a computer science class. And because that is something that a lot of districts have not had in place, the state board and our legislators are going to offer some competitive grant funding to be able to help enhance the computer science programs in our schools in the state. So when that is available to us, we will definitely be applying. And then in the actual press review, I don't think there was only one really important thing that I wanted to point out for board members on page 2 under policy school board meeting procedure. Board members are now allowed to attend remotely due to unexpected child care obligations. That is a new, what do you call it? Exemption, I guess, or for board members, you've never been able to, you know, the rules are very clear around when you can be remote, right? It has to be you're ill or you're at a work-related event that requires you to be there, not here. But now board members, starting July 1, can attend remotely for a meeting if they have an unexpected child care obligation. So I wanted to highlight that. What'd you say?
How we can justify that?
It's part of school code. If you say it, we're not going to question you. So, yeah. I mean, it is part of what's being added. If you guys approve it, then it's part of our policy.
It's still subject, though, that if any board member is remotely, that means all of the votes have to be roll call.
Yes. Thank you, Paul.
So I couldn't vote because I was remote?
Yes. But now, if it is a unexpected child care obligation, you would be able to.
Okay.
Yep. I think the only other, the color-coded areas were the areas that were not specifically outlined. So if board members had questions about the color-coded areas, let me know. But as Dr. Norton already kind of talked about the American Institute of Research, so that's listed in here a couple of times. There's some information here about library media. The requirement that we are going to write a statement prohibiting the practice of banning books is in this press packet. Dr. Norton and Krista Rude, the librarian from UMS, are already kind of working on a statement about that. And I think that was those were the main updates that were not part of the legislative update. So I tried to do those quickly.
And you did. There's a lot to go over there.
Lots. Yeah.
About the bus contract for 10 years, that is going to include now that they're going to also go like electric, and what if they need repairs or something like that?
Sure.
Sure, now that we don't like it, we're going to be engaged for 10 years.
So so she's at, you heard, okay, yeah. I don't know that we have made a decision to go electric. I think the first student people just came and did that presentation just because they wanted to kind of put it out there. We've not entered into a contract around electric buses or anything like that yet. They are just kind of dipping their toe in the water to have us kind of talk about it a little bit.
Well,
Yes.
So
And
we also applied for a grant.
Sorry, and my only other comment on the change in the law, it just allows school districts to
Doesn't mean you
contract for
have
up to 10 years. That doesn't mean that we have to do that.
Yeah.
So we haven't historically done that, although First Student's been our one and only transportation provider for most of history. So we have a very long-standing relationship with them as our contractor.
yeah, that was it for me for the updates and press.
Any other questions or comments? So this is going to be coming before us in 2 weeks for a vote. If you or the public have any questions with regards to this large number of policy changes, please contact administration, and we'll talk about it again in 2 weeks. Next up are our action items. So first up is 11.1, the dual language one school model. I guess before we can discuss, does somebody wish to make a motion for the floor? Does anybody wish to make a motion on the floor?
So moved.
He's trying to.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to have the board approve to unify our K-5 Spanish strand models into a whole school Spanish dual language program. Now would be a time for discussion. Any comments or discussion? Please go ahead, Sitlali.
I'm just going to thank to everybody who came to and speak up. I want to thank the kids who came and speak up, especially David. I know it was hard for him to express, and I love to see this kind of movement. I know they are busy people, and they don't have the time to go to these long meetings, and they did the sacrifice to do it, so I really, really appreciate all of that. Also, I want to thank to all the people who emailed us with all the point of views. it really helped me to understand something that happened before my time in the board. So I just want to have this opportunity for that. Also, I want to beg the board to think that the decision that we're going to make today is a decision that is being placed for a long time. So please think about the kids, the teachers that are begging us to do changes for a good of the program. And I want to also be sure that this decision is going to affect in a good way the French program, because also we heard the need, and as much as I defend the duolingual program, the Spanish one, I want to be there for the French one, because that's the beauty of this district. So please, let's think about it and let's be fast.
Thank you, Sitlali. Anybody else want to make a statement or have a question, discussion?
Do you want me to share anything about French dual language? Just very briefly.
Please go ahead. It's fine.
So we had I think a really productive meeting with our French staff members at Yankee Ridge yesterday, and Lupe, our director of multilingual programs, led a kind of a presentation that she'll do again on Saturday. We invited parents again, any parents listening from the FDL program at Yankee Ridge, please come, because we really want you to hear that we are not considering closing the French program. I've said that repeatedly. I'll say it again. Our hope and goal and everything that we're planning for next year is that we'll continue the program. Sitlali brings up a good point of, comments that have been brought to us recently about where that program might be located, and might it be located with the Spanish dual language program if that happens. I think those are all things that we're kind of gathering feedback from parents. So we put that out there briefly to the staff and talked to them about their thoughts about that. We were really honest with them around this is a grant-funded program, and the FDL program is. There are very specific rules about bilingual education and what can and cannot be called a dual language program. So we have to follow all of those rules in terms of our budgeting, in terms of our resources, in terms of our teacher licensing, and the licenses and certifications that our staff members have. So I just want to be very upfront and transparent that we are not advocating, nor are we considering closing the program. What we are talking about is being realistic about the numbers that we have and trying to be creative and innovative to continue to do things that we can within the guidelines of the state and of the federal government, because we take grant funds for that program. So again, we shared that with staff yesterday. We'll have a very similar conversation with parents on Saturday. So I just wanted to I don't know if Lupe wants to add anything to that, but okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, back to the motion on the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's my practice to write things down, because that's how I can put things together and express myself. So this is much shorter than usual ones, but I did want to convey how I felt. It has been overwhelming, as Sitlali had said, these past 2 weeks to attempt to catch up with what has previously been discussed regarding the creation of a single dual language program in our schools. There has been a great deal of consideration by administration, staff, families, and neighbors about how to proceed in our district to address this concern, as well as issues that the district faces with redistricting, raising proficiency levels and scores, the future of the dual language program, and retaining and recruiting teachers. It is a lot for a district to address at one time. We have a changing population in our community, and we must address their needs. This year alone, we have had 140 new students come here from Central and South America. We need a program for them that is welcoming and will address their educational needs. To achieve this goal, I must consider the expertise of the teachers who teach the students in the dual language programs. 17 dual language teachers conveyed their reasons for supporting a single school for dual language. That data is always the most convincing for me. What do the experts in our district feel is the best way for children to learn? They indicated that it will be the best environment for children to learn in 2 languages, for teachers to collaborate, and for the best methods to be implemented. They prefaced experts Beeman and Euro, and I heard Lisa Tabaku from Cal say 2 different times, ask any expert in dual language, and they will tell you the same thing, that whole school models work better than strand programs. They can be supported and supportive. It is the place where they can celebrate both languages. All the concerns that have been conveyed in emails and in public comments should be considered regarding the location of the dual language program, transportation issues, redistricting students to other buildings so that the students' educational needs are being met. If the board decides to redistrict, students will be reassigned. That will be a given. We need to work together and communicate effectively how these changes will occur to minimize the stress and confusion for students and families. Now, Ben, last time you mentioned at the meeting, the reason why you joined the board was to help with communication in the district and with the issue regarding a lack of trust. Well, I want to convey to you that even though my focus and reasons may be different, we all need to work together so that our entire school program will not only improve but will excel. My focus on the board is to help make changes in our district that have been long deferred so that the schools will meet the needs of all students, and once again, USD 116 will be an outstanding district for students to learn and for teachers to teach. And I think just listening to the students tonight who came proves that the dual language program is working. They spoke beautifully, and I'm very impressed with their work and the work of the teachers.
Thank you, Sherry. Go ahead, Rafi.
So I just want to clarify a thing about this motion, and that is, as I said in an email like a week ago, you said with the motion a single Spanish dual language school, so it should only be Spanish. But then with Dr. Ivory Tatum's statement, she made it sound like there is a possibility French will also be in the building.
So the motion says we will unify our 2 strand models into a whole school Spanish dual language program.
But it might be housed in a building that also has French.
Thank you, Paul.
So if it is housed in a building that also houses French, you lose the whole cultural safety aspect of being a place where everybody speaks Spanish and English. They're all bilingual. So
that is not our belief in that. I think we can have a multilingual space where being bilingual, whether you're speaking French or Spanish, is just as important. What wouldn't happen is English would not be the language of power in that space, and the languages of power would be Spanish and French, if that were to happen. But right now what we're talking about is unifying the 2 strands into one program in one space.
Well, I will say, I don't think I could. I was really struggling with this vote, and I must say, I think a single dual language program makes sense, but not in the way it's being described. And then the other aspect of it that I've really struggled with this district for multiple years now, when I'm able to see how the sausage is made, is that we're always making plans without actually having plans. And so if you take a step back 13 months ago, we were talking about making Lille the single dual language school. And just 2 months ago, it was clearly stated that school was too small for it. So we easily could have done it the Urbana way, with no data, just taken action, as you guys seem to say a lot, and we would have had a school that was too small. So I think things need to be thought out clearly and not just passing ideas and moving forwards, but we really need to have a well thought out plan. And I don't think this is well thought out, and I totally disagree with your opinion that a safe space housing both French and Spanish in the same building still allows that. The example that was given a year ago about a kid who was lost in the building and couldn't figure out who to talk to, what if he goes up to the French person who speaks French and English and he speaks Spanish? Or he speaks conca-ball and can talk to nobody? I just totally disagree that I think we're just always putting the cart before the horse here. And so I'm going to vote no.
And I'm not going to go back and forth with you, but I'm going to say we have to agree to disagree. I think the plan that we brought forward for Leo had merits and at the time was justified. We could not, I don't have a crystal ball, and none of us could have anticipated the immigration changes and the additional number of newcomers that we have been enrolling in the last few weeks in our district. I think everybody in the state of Illinois is experiencing that. And the plan that we presented to the board in October of 2022 laid out very clearly what we would do for this year, next year, and the years to come to accommodate the capacity of the current numbers of the dual language program at that time. So I don't agree with what you're saying, but I appreciate your comments.
All right, just one other thing is we also have to think about the entire district. So, you know, you could say this and that, think about the people with the most needs, but also think about the entire building of teachers who are forced to break up their community and move to other buildings and probably split up. So some of those teachers are teachers that already 100% of Wiley teachers wanted to stay in Wiley. Yet we said, whatever, dudes, your school's closing, and we don't know what we're going to make of it, and figured out months later that was going to be a sixth grade center. So some of those teachers are going to be asked to be moved again. And this is another opportunity for them to say, hey, what's all going on in Unit 4? So I predict, as we're already seeing with the firing of the interventionists, you know, the retention is going to be poor all around. So you just have to pick what you want to, you know, support, I guess, and go with it. But so once again, I'm going to still vote no.
Anybody else wish to make a comment or a suggestion?
So I wrote a little something as well, just so that I don't sit and speak all night. You know, I think it's very fitting that, you know, we're making this decision around the MLK holiday season, especially as I listen to some of the younger speakers that we had tonight. You know, it's a time for reflection on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s vision of unity, equality, and inclusion. You know, our commitment to these values guides us in the difficult decision we make for the betterment of our community in some instances. In considering the proposal before us, you know, I recognize the challenges and concerns surrounding, you know, the change that we would be making in the district, and it is a substantial change that we're talking about. Although we're already talking about a pretty substantial change with redistricting, this is different, and it is change. And you know, I'll say that change is often not easy for most. You know, we appreciate the passion and the love our community has for all of the neighborhood schools. And again, we've heard from many that they don't even have a neighborhood school. But we do appreciate and understand those who do have that benefit, and you know, that there could be a potential loss there for some of our students. However, our vision extends beyond the immediate impact. We're striving to create an environment that fosters inclusivity and embraces diversity, as well as addressing the educational needs that our students have. And that has to extend to all students. It can't just be certain groups, it's got to be everybody. The proposed dual language school is a step towards providing opportunities and support for this population of students, for their families, acknowledging the richness they bring to our educational tapestry. I understand that change can be unsettling, and it is not lost on me the impact this decision will have on students, teachers, and their families. You know, it's really with a heavy heart, but also kind of a joyful heart too, that, you know, we're back at looking at this and making this decision, but it's with a hopeful one that we look towards the future where every child, regardless of background, has a chance to thrive in an educational setting that celebrates their unique gifts and their heritage. So I just want to end with, you know, letting us remember, because of this holiday season, Dr. King's words. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Today, let us stand together as a community united in our commitment to equality and justice. May we move forward with grace, compassion, and a shared understanding that in time this decision will contribute to a more inclusive and enriching educational experience for all of our students. And so with that, obviously I am in support of this motion.
Thank you, Tori. Anybody else? I guess I'll make a quick comment as the only person up here who's had the privilege of voting for the conversion of the transitional bilingual program to the dual language program and its expansion into Prairie, now Williams. I see this vote as the next phase of the program and its growth, and I'm excited for what the future holds for it. So I'm intending to vote in favor of this motion. Anybody else? Roll call vote is in order.
Well, I'd like to echo, just so I'm on the record, I'd like to echo what Ravi said about us not forgetting the rest of the district, and that this is a momentous decision, and that looking at charts and data and graphs, I'm not an expert in any of those, but so it was very difficult to determine what would happen. I have no crystal ball to say it's going to work out. I think this decision is only compounding the last decision on top of the last decision we made, which is the 6th grade center. A lot of things are moving very quickly. Huge decisions are being made, and it's uncomfortable for me to move this fast. It's just my thought is I would like to see more anecdotal data, stories to back up the idea of that this would work. Hard decision for me to make. I'm still not sure how I'm going to go, but this is just wanted to put that out there.
Can I say something that might help you? Just you're thinking about the whole district kids, and it's true, we have to think about the whole district things, but slowly down a process that need to change because it's not working right now, and we still holding in something that is not working, and we are pushed to do these changes as fast as they look, is because we haven't done anything before. So if we keep thinking of like, this is not a solution, we have to think about, slow down and think in a solution, we're gonna keep another years thinking in solutions. So yes, it seems a lot, and this, like a lot of people is gonna be mad. But the way how I see it is like they're gonna be mad regardless whatever we do. And we don't try anything new and then see like, okay, it didn't work, how we can improve it, then nothing is gonna happen.
That's what you told me on the Lille playground.
So.
Courage is not it's not easy to come by. But right. I try to take experiences from my own life and how this can be I don't want to use the word experiment because it's not, you're not lab animals. We're not trying new things, just, we are kind of, but we should be brave. There's nothing wrong with trying new things. If it doesn't work, we try something else. But as long as we're moving forward and trying something, that's the best we can do. That's the best we can do. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen, but we're not going to drive a truck off a cliff. But we got to do something. And the Cal report and all of the data that I can understand is that we're failing not just that segment, but we're failing all of our kids. So You'll find out what I vote for when I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
I might call on you first then because of that, but I do want to say that I do appreciate all the answers that I got when we did get all the emails and people asked questions and they said their concerns. It's not that we don't listen to them, we follow up. And we send emails, and the administration has been very, and the teachers too have been very responsive about different issues that other people have brought up, and I really appreciate that as well. So.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lola.
Okay. I just want to let the public know that it's not an opinion. The information that we've had has made me come to the conclusion of, and I prefer to do something than to just kick the can down the road, because our kids they need it.
Thank you, Lola. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Staton?
Yes.
Member Hasanaka?
No.
Member Langendorf, yes. Member Baxley?
No.
Vice President Exon?
Yes.
President Pulowski?
Yes, motion passes 5-2. We do have another action item tonight, and that is for advanced approval of December bills and checks. So, as typical, when the calendar falls for our meetings a certain way, we have to seek advance approval for the prior month's spending. So Katie can kind of give us context, but
It's just because the January board meeting is being pushed back a week, the checks still go out always on the third Tuesday of every month. And so we are asking for advanced approval to go ahead and issue those checks like we would normally if our board meetings change dates, so that we can come back at the next regularly scheduled meeting to request approval, so that we don't delay our contractors' payments.
all right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve in advance the December bills and checks?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further comments or discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Staton?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulowski?
Yes. Superintendent's report.
I'm going to start just by reading a statement that was shared with UMS families about standards reference learning at UMS. As our UMS families know, we shared an announcement on Friday, January 5th, regarding our discussions with families and stakeholders about switching to more of a traditional letter grade system over the winter break. Which we were unable to do for a lot of reasons. So I'm going to kind of read a follow-up email. I know there have been conversations happening with staff, and we wanted to share an update with families. So I'm reading this so the whole public is aware, but UMS families received this email just earlier this evening. At UMS, students are enrolled in year-long courses, not semesters like UHS. There's been a lot of questions given to us around, you were able to make this change at UHS, why not UMS? Making a change mid-year for year-long courses was problematic when we entered into that. We knew it would be difficult when we were even having the conversations with families and staff, but we really thought through the work of our IT team, our administrators, our Skyward experts that we work with, that we'd be able to do everything with no hiccups. And of course there were hiccups. So standard-based grade books already had grades calculated in the year-long courses at UMS. making changes could have caused us to lose all grading information for UMS students. So on the advice of our experts and technicians at Skyward, they said that that is something that could happen, and we weren't willing to take that risk to lose all of our grade information from the whole first semester. So we needed to quickly message something to families. Our staff spent hours and hours and hours on January 3rd to return the grade books back to where they were so we could mail progress reports home for the January 8th progress report date. Just to provide more context for families, I know there have been a lot of questions about, you know, Skyward isn't the grading system, and grades are generated by teachers, and all of those things are true. But Skyward is our data management system. It is the system that we use to provide information to the state for attendance, for teacher assignments, for teacher grades, for student grades. All the information that is in our state student information system is what is generated into our school report card. That is the same information that determines the school designations that we've been talking about so much for the last few weeks. Those are other areas that could have been implicated, or we could have had multiple errors where our course assignments didn't line up, our teacher assignments in regard to what grades or what classes teachers were teaching. All of that information is pulled out of Skyward and sent to the state. And making a change at Urbana Middle School mid-year just was a really difficult task for us to enter into. So it's our student database. I know families only see the family access side of Skyward, but teachers have to deal in the teacher gradebook side of Skyward every day. Making mid-year changes just could have and would have caused some complicating errors that we just weren't willing to take that risk. The decaying average is something that we've heard a lot about. We've received comments, questions about that as well. So since we sent the initial message to families last week, we have been talking in great detail with Skyward and about specifically the decaying average. And unfortunately, because the UMS students are in year-long courses, if we make any changes to the decaying average at this point, it will affect first semester courses and change that data. And that also is a huge problem. On a positive note, the team was able to convert the displayed numerical scores to a letter grade, which is something that I know is really important to the committee and the people that we've been hearing from. The letter grade change will be reflected as families access family access in Skyward. So we appreciate everyone's patience while we've been trying to work through this. I did just want to share, because we received several comments about, you know, why did this happen at UHS and not UMS? And so I just wanted to give a little more context around the amount of time that was spent making this happen at UHS. And again, remember, UHS, they're in semester courses, not year-long courses. So during the short break that we had 4 staff members who spent over 80 hours going into the UHS courses and classes. They had to create all new classes for the second semester. They had to clone every single course and every single class offered at UHS. They had to assign curriculum to every single class and every single course at UHS, in addition to every single section. So that is a lot of work, and I know I'm not trying to make excuses, but I just wanted to give context around the time and effort put into just making this change happen for Urbana High School. I know people are really disappointed that we weren't able to make the exact same change at UMS, but I am really happy that we were able to make the changes related to the numerical scores and the letter grades. So I just wanted to share that update. Kim, do you want to share anything else? Okay. All right, so I am gonna just hop right into, and we'll make sure that that letter is shared in the board update that goes out tomorrow, so more people see it than just the families from UMS. So moving forward, as Tori mentioned, this is Martin Luther King weekend, and as you know, the Dr. Martin Luther King countywide celebration always happens on the Sunday before the Martin Luther King holiday. That will be Sunday the 14th at Cranert. The program begins at 5 p.m. The doors will open at 4. The event is free and open to the public. The scholarship recipients from UHS, we're really happy to announce Hudson Cody will be receiving the Willie Somerville Memorial Award for Excellence in the Arts. Catherine Halbig, Norsine Ismail, Lorelei Yao, and Eduardo Andres is our alternate. The Unity Breakfast, which also happens on the Monday of the King holiday, is at Vineyard at 8:30. So congratulations to the UHS students who will be receiving Living the Dream scholarships on Sunday evening at Cranert. Black History Month is, of course, coming, the month of February. Since the passing of our staff member and friend, Janice Mitchell, we have started a kickoff to Black History Month. So this will be the 3rd annual kickoff. That event will happen at Dr. Williams, kind of in celebration of the life and work and the dream that and the programming and all the things that Janice Mitchell brought to the Prairie School, the Prairie neighborhood, to Dr. Williams, which is why we have that event there. That will be Sunday, January 28th from 3 to 5 p.m. Thank you, mentors. Again, Angie Armstrong was going to be here to present a little bit. She hopefully will be here next meeting on the 23rd. But we will be celebrating our mentors through National Mentoring Month activities. January 18th is the breakfast at Stone Creek. January 25th, mentors will receive their benefit cards, which is a partnership in our community where mentors get discounts and deals all over Champaign-Urbana, which is exciting. And then Connect for Mentoring Social will be on January 25th. If you're interested in being a mentor, there are some new mentor training opportunities coming up. January 30th, February 7th, and February 22nd. And we've included the link there so you can sign up if you would like to participate. It is School Board Appreciation Month, and we know how hard you guys work, and I just thinking about the decisions that you had to make this evening. Your prep time, your study time, the interaction and engagement time that you give to our community is really appreciated. So thank you for your dedication to our students and our district during the month of January for School Board Appreciation Month. And I think upcoming dates, the only dates to really highlight, no school again, Martin Luther King Day, Family and Community Cafe, our next one is at DPW February 13th from 6 to 7. And then Read Across America, we'll be sharing more information about that. Again, we'll be at Lincoln Square Mall, March 2nd at 10. And you're going to do FOIAs?
Yeah, I'll do
yes.
FOIAs. So we do have 2 FOIAs. First is from Tom Schroeder. Any records for meetings of the Bilingual Parent Advisory Committee, BPAC. This includes any agendas, minutes, meeting materials, or recordings for meetings. It also includes any communications with committee members. This request is limited to meetings that occurred during the current calendar year. And another from Tom Schroeder, any records of any social media users that are blocked, hidden, or otherwise limited by the district from interacting with district-managed accounts. This request would include accounts on X, aka Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and it may include other platforms. This request is for accounts that are managed at the district level and most likely by employees located in the central office. This request can omit any accounts or platforms that weren't actively used within the past calendar year. And the last from Tom Schroeder is any records related to Section 5 of FOIA 5 ILCS 140/5. Board reports. Anybody have a board report this evening? It's late, so go ahead, Sully.
I don't have a board report, but I'm just thinking something. I know we already bought, it's passed, but I want to say something to Ravi. If a kid gets lost in a building that speaks Spanish and French, it's more easy to understand French. Spanish is my first language. I understand French. It's not going to be an issue.
D'accord. Is there a motion to adjourn if there is no other board report?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we're adjourned. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you, everybody.